I fucking love this song. Haydi brate.
Wonderful, a new child soldier, subscriber.
Shit, I said a lot of things and the microphone was off. Of course, the microphone was off. Hello, chat. Thank you, GG. Alari Technux, that I struggle with the name always. I hope our child is beautiful. I hope you brought that purple-headed motherfucker to term in good health. It is very good to be back, chat. I haven't seen you since good old Wednesday. Today is Friday, but as you all know, with Yugopnik, every Friday feels like a Monday. See what I did there? I did a spin on the thing. What's up to all the OGs, to Kubashi, to McFatbutt, to the Space Ferret, to Lima Cone, Atomic Lich. What is up? What is up? What is up, Toasty? Sending my love, especially today, to people over in Serbia that are attempting to do a general strike. A general strike was called for today. A lot of enterprises followed through on it. A lot didn't, but it is a nice start. Most national institutions in the larger cities that have a relative amount of independence also followed through on the general strike. Currently, as we're talking, there's tens of thousands of people out in the street protesting for a better tomorrow. If you want my larger analysis of the situation in Serbia, there is a video on a page over on YouTube called Yugopnik Live. That is where you get to check it out. Today, when it comes to the drip, we are very fucking clean. Very, very clean, very Slav, very stereotypical, I'm probably not selling you Marxism, I'm selling you some high-quality cocainum, okay, type of aesthetic. Let me put one of my phone. Yes, I have two phones. Look at this shit. I got two phones. I got an Android and an Apple. Needed. It's pretty crazy. Yes, I'm not beating the drug dealer allegations, okay? Let me put my phone to charge. But yes, welcome to the first week since Trump's inauguration. It's been an interesting few days. I do not believe I've missed a lot in the last 2 days. I was pretty sick yesterday. I was like sick out of my fucking head yesterday. But somehow the flu passed in 24 hours, which was very strange. Today I spent most of my day writing my script. I have a small amount of writer's block, but it is arguably the largest project that I've undertaken up until now when it comes to a single script and a single video. It's kind of over the top. I mean, it's literally about a world government, and to an extent, it's a manifesto, and the other extent is, copying a lot of ideas that previous historians have said on the topic. And obviously, it's written from a Marxian lens. Hell, like 20% of the script is arguing that us as a species will never be able to actually unite under the market system, etc., etc. Wait, you didn't quit YouTube? No, my friend, I have only ever posted 40 videos. I've only ever posted 40 videos. I never spammed YouTube. I never took it that seriously. I mean, no, I took it seriously. I just didn't take it like, oh, I have to post every month. Oh, I have to post 3 times every month. That type of shit. Nah, I'm good, bro. I literally, like, I have, 40 videos? Or some shit. I have, let's see. I have 42 videos. I've only ever made 42 videos. Like, for example, I don't know, Bed Empanada. Bed Empanada has how many? 119 videos, okay? Second Thought has is 389 videos. That's what I'm telling you. My pace of creation is different. Karl Marx visited me at 3 a.m. and this happened. Now, bro, you gotta be on the grind set 3 times a day. Absolutely, like react videos to react videos. I don't know. I literally saw a very good video today that literally cover this. Where are you, my dear child? Risking here with the history search, but I'll find you. I'll find you. It's like YouTubers 2.5. Yeah, check this out. This is I'm not saying Ben and Penado or JT do this, or any of our comrades, but like you must have noticed this. You must have noticed this.
Guys, welcome back to my channel.
Jesus, I don't stream for 2 days and you fucking start glitching like crazy.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. After my latest Minecraft video just blew up out of nowhere and all of you started subscribing like crazy, I realized that I really wanted to keep this momentum going. And to do that, I needed to keep the content coming. So I know you all really loved my last Minecraft video. I survived 100 days in Minecraft, where I spent 100 days in Minecraft playing Minecraft. So today, we're going to be reacting to the top 10 scariest prisons in America.
Number 10, ADX Florence, Colorado. Known as the Alcatraz of the Rockies, ADX Florence is considered the most secure federal prison in the country.
Damn, that's crazy.
Tell me that's not pure truth. Tell me that's not pure truth. Hair looking good? Thank you, thank you. It's a fresh cut. It's a fresh cut. It's a fresh motherfucking cut. You see, I'm not bald yet, motherfuckers. There you go. Not bald yet at all, okay? Because I was wearing hats for a lot of streams in a row, and it was like, that piece of shit. That piece of shit is losing hair. I can't respect that piece of shit. He's losing all that fucking hair. Anyways, today it's CHUDWATCH / theory stream. We have a crazy video dropped by the greatest Marxian theoretician of our time, the man who gave us the classic thesis. The more the government does stuff, the communister it is. Dr. Richard Wolff over from Democracy at Work, Global Capitalism, what Trump 2.0 means. I skimmed through it. I maybe watched 5 minutes of it. It seems like it's going to be a very interesting conversation. They talk about American decline, American cope, reactionary American policy, etc., etc. Afterwards, we might talk a little bit about NVIDIA. We might watch, even though probably most of you have watched Donald Trump's interview, we're going to talk about the 4 lies new leftists believe. And we're going to talk about some chuds running defense, both for Trump and more particularly in this case, good old Führer Elon. So it's going to be a chill day. We're going to watch a lot of content, comment on it, maybe learn something in between. But as we do that, I want to remind you that here on YugopnikTwitch, the only place on this entire platform, for every 10 gift subs, I give another 5. Let us try and keep this community completely ad-free, for the great jihad against advertising shall overflow this platform and the whole world until every single last ad has been thrown into the abyss of forgetfulness whatever. The dustbin of history. Okay, Jesus Christ, it's really hot in here. I hate doing this with this mask. It is so fucking unsustainable. You have no idea how shitty it feels on my face. Okay. Richard Wolff, what Trump 2.0 means. Let's learn something new. It's a brand new video.
When we heard earlier that I want to thank all of you. I won't repeat all the thanks, when we heard earlier that there was a
I hate YouTube so much. It's such a stupid platform. Okay.
I want to thank all of you. I won't repeat all the thanks. All the other speakers have done that. You all should be proud that you're here together because it means that we are here together. And that's what everybody's going to tell you. They've already done it. I'll repeat it at the end. I take as my task here to answer some questions about what the election and the new government coming in on Monday, what it's going to be doing and why it's doing it and what we can expect. And so I want to begin.
Who's this dude? This is Dr. Richard Wolff, a PhD in economy and a pretty decent modern Marxist analyst.
By telling you that partly what I'm going to say is going to upset you. And so I want you to remember that I'm just the messenger. I didn't make these things happen, but I do want to honestly tell you, if you would like a much more comfortable version of this, then just turn on your television or radio whenever you have a free moment on the toilet and you can hear the make-believe. Because we live now.
My boy is so ancient. He actually said, turn on the television or the radio. Holy shit. The radio. Come on, Wolf, motherfucker. Come on, bro.
In a weird time. Weirder and in different ways from what we were used to.
As a professional podcaster, I'm eternally triggered, okay?
This country is, as Dr. Leon, I keep wanting to call him Wilmer because we've gotten to be friends, but as he pointed out, we live in a time of decline. And then when an empire declines, which is something we hadn't gone through because empires don't decline.
I don't know, like if you've ever seen those, but in the old apartment of my girlfriend's grandparents, I mean now grandparent, one of them passed, they literally have like a national radio embedded into the wall from the socialist era of the country, but I think that existed in non-socialist countries back in the day, where you basically pay a certain amount every month, and you have this this radio that's like literally in your living room, in your wall, that plays. In like 40 years, you'll be telling your kids to turn off the iPad, and they'll be like, "I told you, Dad, they're called mind beams now." Exactly. People still use radios in cars. Can't watch Twitch in a car. You'd crash while typing yes when Asmongold asks chat, is this real? Exactly. No, dude, I got it all covered, bro. I got it all covered. Okay, you want to listen to Yugopnik, you turn on the deprogram while you're driving. You want to listen to Yugopnik while you're working, second screen Twitch stream. You want to feel productive and educate yourself, Yugopnik on YouTube with more serious topics covered in an essay format, okay? You want to check out a nice, cohesive, left-leaning analysis of recent events. You open First Thought. I am out here creating the leftist Daily Wire for your consumption. At every single step of the day, there can be a Yugopnik slowly, sensually whispering warm truths into your bosom, okay? And thank you. And it's only possible thanks to people like Ajape for the 2-month Prime streak. Because running 5 projects at the same time, which is what me, JT, and Hakeem are unironically doing, is very fucking expensive. I listened to your streams when I took finals in uni. Holy shit, you failed everything so hard.
Very often.
But yes, I'm on that. I'm on that class consciousness spreading grind set, bro. You can listen to me everywhere. As I told chat plenty of times before, the greatest moment of my career was when somebody told me that they were laying pipe while the deprogram was playing in the background. I was like, holy fucking shit. So what, me and Hakeem comparing horse cocks to moose cocks, as JT literally vomits in 4K audio, if that's a thing, okay? Must have been quite the moment, dude.
So, but let me tell you, from the history books, a little bit we can tell, it's not fun to be in a
What's up, fat Mexican child?
declining empire. Much more fun when the empire is going up, which was the last century or a century and a half of this country, the ride up. We are now on the ride down. We haven't been prepared because we have leaders who...
Yeah, and they are reacting to the ride down by quite literally throwing a hissy fit and pointing fingers at everything they can point at.
cannot say a word about that.
What's up, Jeb?
I want to just drive that home because the split in this country is really about that.
Man, I'm looking good today, bro. I'm really feeling myself today. I'm very tired because I was sick yesterday, but I'm really feeling myself. That cut is good.
So let me start with the split in the obvious way. This Monday, we are having a national celebration of two key events. One that you hear about every day, all day. The
Listen so much, I'd be dreaming of seductively yelling comic.
inauguration of a new president. It's also the anniversary of the assassination of Martin Luther King. Same day. Wow, how different. One celebration from the other. Who's celebrating what? You might say, and you wouldn't be far wrong, that those celebrating Mr. Trump are probably also celebrating the assassination of Mr. King. And those that are mourning one are likely also mourning the other one of those two events. But it's a country split between those on the one side of that and those on the other. And that split is everywhere now. And if you haven't noticed it yet, you will, because it's going to impact your life in all kinds of ways.
Mods, why don't we have the link pinned? Oh my God, I'm gonna... It is time to fire my police officers. Time to fire my police officers. I'm
one
kidding.
of them to start,
Or am
is
I?
a little bit about what a declining empire means, just to give you the context. The United States lost the war in Vietnam. When I say that in my classes, my students look at me. They never heard such a thought. America, as they know from the comic books they read as children, only wins wars. It doesn't lose wars, but we lost. The war was fought against the Communist Party of North Vietnam, which has been running that country since the United States was driven out in 1975. Go check all of this. You will find I'm not making it up.
Thank you. Fix the mic.
After we lost the war in Vietnam, we went and had a big war in Afghanistan, which we also lost. That war was against the Taliban, which now runs that country, which is a good sign that you lost.
And a lot of people give like very decent arguments that it's just the Americans that are relatively bad at war. So one point, another point is like complete cope thinking that outside of Vietnam is a different scenario, but outside of Vietnam, the United States to an extent did not satisfy all the needs for which it went to war in the first place. Is also a certain level of cope. I'm not saying that he's doing this. He's talking about Vietnam in particular. But there is the other side of the coin, which basically a lot of people think that the U.S. loses wars because it's just bad at wars. There's a more optimistic perspective to be found here. States are no longer capable of extracting as much value from conflict as they managed to previously on a state level. But they do extract a ridiculous amount of value when it comes to capital generation for its domestic military industrial complex. And because of that, because of the first of those two categories, it is getting harder and harder to motivate a domestic population to support a foreign war. So yeah, basically the profitability rate for a particular government to to go and fight is lowering. So that's in the long term going to be good because they're noticing that they're not being as successful as they usually are. So that's good.
We lost the war in Iraq. We are in the process of losing the war in Ukraine.
We used to overthrow nations with just the CIA. America is cooked. That as well. That as well. Foreign installed counter-revolutions and revolutions are much more difficult to pull off. Active occupation of foreign territory is borderline impossible at this point. I don't know what the long play for the Russians in Ukraine is, even if they win, for example. Because of nuclear proliferation, direct conflict with a larger state is also very difficult unless you kind of both to an extent agree that there's going to be this particular territory in which you're going to fight each other so that you can satisfy the domestic grievances of the population that can now concentrate on the war instead of on the class interests that it might discover it has, etc., etc. So it's not just Americooked. I mean, it is Americooked, but it is Americooked because America managed to support its steadfast growth throughout the Cold War through active counter-revolutions and imperialist doctrine, and even after the Cold War post 9/11 with the literal invasion of multiple sovereign countries, right? That was a policy that made sure the United States stays in the place it's at, right? It contributed to American hegemony. But wars no longer really contribute that much to anything except the military-industrial complex. But because America is so cooked when it comes to even its domestic sovereignty, America doesn't have a government. It has a bunch of corporations that own different parts of the government. It can no longer see the difference between its own interests as a state and domestic corporate and lobby interests, specifically mostly of the oil lobby and the military-industrial complex. So it's a quite literal snake eating its own ass. It's always a loss to go to war, but it is highly profitable for the private sector. So we go to war, make the private sector richer, destabilize our own government more because people don't trust us more, which gives our own government less power over its territory, and the private institutions that have motivated the previous war more powerful. So because of that, they can stimulate us to go to war, even though it's going to end up coming to bite us back in the ass next year. And it's a loop. It's a constant snake eating its own ass, where one is getting more and more expansive and overarching than the state that used to pretend it somehow fights for so-called national interests or interests of its wider civil population. Prolonged conflict is Russia's game plan, though. They were in the suburbs of Kiev on the first to second day. Basically, the longer the actual war lasts, the easier it will be for Russia to control Ukraine post-war, since it's turning pro-Russia Ukrainians more pro-Russian, making anti-Russia Ukrainians either take up arms and die or leave to the West. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Standard occupation of territory of the entirety of Ukraine with a population so now ideologically motivated to fight the Russian Federation to death, combined with the insane expense that it would take to hold that type of territory for a longer period of time, would be very, very difficult. Obviously, the counter-argument is they succeeded in doing that in Chechnya, right, after they won that war. We'll see if it's possible in Ukraine, or even if we get to that sort of situation. I think it's still too early to call the results of the Russo-Ukrainian war. Even Palestine is really about beachfront property, right, to the American empire. Yeah.
But the split in the country is, if I were in certain audience,
I mean, you see how difficult it is for the Israelis to hold Palestine with basically an unlimited budget and the support of the entire international community, right? How difficult it is for them to hold it. Imagine how difficult it would be for the Russian Federation to hold Ukraine proper in the same context. Like, Jesus Christ, without as much international support as Israel does, or an unlimited budget. It's a pipe dream. It's impossible. It's a pipe dream. You will literally just have guerrilla attacks every fucking day, forever. Imo holding a ground mostly depends on how well you treat the people living there after the war. The only way to hold ground is to make the people on that ground support you. Yes, that is arguably the only way to actually expand semi-organically. But because the war became so protracted, that will not really be possible in Ukraine, because literally every single person in Ukraine has someone that they've lost to this war. A family member. Almost every single Ukrainian has a family member that they've lost to this war. So it is going to be extremely difficult for me to motivate you to support me after I killed your cousin, right? It's no matter how much I increase life standards, even though the Russians will not be able to do that either.
I wouldn't dare say what I just said because they couldn't hear it.
I don't know what, because I cover the Russo-Ukrainian conflict with great sadness in my heart as somebody with both Russian and Ukrainian friends. But I'm basically posing, the best and worst scenario questions, which are also kind of like subjective to an extent. And when it comes to the so-called best Russian scenario, in which they take over the entirety of Ukraine, my question is very simple. How the fuck do you think you'll be able to govern that? And there is no answer to that. It is only and exclusively cope, or you just literally have death squads patrolling the streets. Like, you don't have another. Now, there is absolutely ways to sway people to your side despite that, but they're fairly tricky to pull off, and no freaking way can the hyper-capitalist government do that. Yeah, I mean... it would take half a century to do that. Ain't nobody got time or money for that.
Could not hear it. And I wouldn't be able to get anything else across, so I couldn't start that way. I'm a teacher. I'm not going to try to lose my audience before I begin. But it is the reality. Let me give you a couple of more, just bits of getting what decline means. Last week, something happened on the part of a country.
Of course, but that's the scale we're talking about. It is, but like Putin cannot live forever as well. And whatever comes after Putin for Russia will be very, very, very different, most likely. And it is very likely that even post-victory, the government post-Putin will just like give back the territory or some shit like that.
Called Indonesia. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a remarkable country in Asia, made up of 18,000 islands in the Pacific. It's a huge country. The population of Indonesia is 280 million people. Makes it one of the largest countries in the world. Let me remind you, the population of the United States is 330 million. 280 isn't that far less than 330. It's an enormous thing. What they did, they joined the BRICS. They joined a full partner of...
I'm breaking up! I'm breaking up! I'm breaking up! Said the countries before they joined BRICS.
The BRICS. BRICS, by the way, means it's the first letters of the countries Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. A dozen years ago, they began to form an alliance of what came to be called the Global South, to be independent, relatively, from the domination of the United States. And the core economy there, the biggest one, the most powerful, is, sorry to tell you this, I know it'll come as an upset, the People's Republic of China.
China! Hello, China!
China. Remember, I'm the messenger. I have no responsibility for this at all. China and the BRICS.
Wolff getting flashbacks to Cold War United States. We're even saying something relatively positive about the enemy state is considered holy hell, very bad. Every day Brazil gets more distant from BRICS for the privilege of being teabagged by the world hegemon source. I'm a Brazilian. I can imagine. I mean, like, people will be competing to enter BRICS once de-dollarization gets into its second gear. But up until then, it will simply be a long-term gamble for most states. So none of them will take it like as seriously as it can be taken because, you know, it's really, really in its infancy. BRICS will either be broken or will proliferate itself into one of the most important organizations in the world, depending on how well they can de-dollarize, pretty much. That's my hot take that I don't think is really hot. That's the whole gamble is on that shit. The whole gamble is on de-dollarization. And it's doable. It is doable. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. But will the U.S. drag us down into a world conflict before it happens or not? That is the most important question. De-dollarization is inevitable. During our lifetime, most likely not. But it is inevitable.
You should join them. Together now, the BRICS, built around China, have as the population of the countries that are part of the BRICS, about 22 countries now altogether. They have about 55 to 60% of the population of the world are members. What is the percentage of the world's population of the United States? 4.5%. You understand? We are 4.5%. They are 50 to 60%. In the words of, Mickey Mouse, uh-oh. Those odds are not so good, no matter how you cut it. And as a group, let me tell you how you cut it.
It's like it's all. This is all true. This is all true. And what we're seeing domestically in the United States, the direction it's taking is coponomics. Okay, it's coponomics. It's not politics. It's not economics. It's coponomics. It's a bunch of fucking empty gesturing by fat divorced dads that do hangout sessions once a week where they tell each other how all of their ex-wives are bitches and they're actually really handsome and really cool, and how the kids are fucking stupid for not understanding them and picking them over their mums in the divorce. That's pretty much the current state of the United States. It's a bunch of politicians going and telling the wider populace, yo, we don't suck, we're still the shit. We are the shit. Like, we are the shit. We rock. We are so fucking good. And especially Republican voters are like, holy fuck, I'm going to vote for the guy that tells me that everything is okay. And it tells me that actually, we're just getting started and things are going to get much better. Please lie to me, daddy. So they vote for the guy that tells them the loudest that their ex-wife is a bitch and that their kids are also very stupid and they are also very handsome and brilliant and everybody else is dumb because they don't understand them and what they're about. That is it. That is it. That is the most for like a normal human being, non hyper political brained fucking savage like some of us here in chat. That is the best explanation of the current political and social situation in the United States.
We in economics have this little game. We ask, what is the total output in goods and services in a year of a country? Gives us a kind of rough idea of how big a country it is, how important its footprint is in the world. Okay, so if you take the BRICS, together now, they are about 35%, maybe a bit more, total output of the world, if you add up each.
Am I hitting a bong for you or what? I mean, here on Twitch, we do not support the consumption of any legal or illegal opiate substances. So you know what I mean, bro.
Of those countries' total output in a year, and you add them up, they account for 36%, more or less, of the world's output. Now let's compare that to the United States and its major allies. Those are called the G7, the group of seven.
Speaking of G's, are you a G or are you a beta? Are you a G who subscribes to YugopnikTwitch for $6 a month for free through Prime and avoids the ad that is going to play in exactly 1 minute? Or do you, my dear friend, subscribe for $6 a month for free through Prime and not watch the ad that is going to play in 1 minute, or give to those less privileged than you, and for every 10 gift subs, yours truly will give another 5. We have seen great falls from grace. We're at 1.525K. We were, last stream, literally 3 days ago, we were at 2K. I don't know. This day, last month, was really good. So, yeah, we be falling off, bro.
United States, Japan, Canada, Britain, France, Italy.
And by are you a G, I literally meant are you gay?
And Spain and Britain, excuse me. Okay, that used to be the dominant player of the world. That used to be what world trade meant, what they did. Together they, that's all of them, now account for about 28% of the world's output. Do you understand? The BRICS is now what the United States was, but is no more. Now, if you're looking to where the wealth is, you go east, not west.
And keep in mind when it's wealth, it also snake eating its own ass allegories. Okay, it also snowball effect metaphors, as the kids would say. The hard part is creating an image in the wider world community that in the next 150 years you are the proper bet. Okay. And no betting man, except Eurocucks, of course, is actually long-term betting on the United States. Even their closest friends like Saudi Arabia or even Japan or even Korea, bro, are kind of starting to look across the pond the other way. And I'm like, yo, bro, for now, of course, we'll be best friends, etc., etc. But in the long term, no, sir, no. Thank you, Drewski Thomas, very much for the gifty. Thank you very, very much. Let's fucking go Oilers, lube me up, baby.
If you're a poor third world country, as we used to call them, and you need money for a build railroad, or you need to find places to sell your exports, you direct your diplomats first to go to Beijing, because that's where it...
Hugo, could you explain to me what the Chechen War was? I mean, it's a long conversation. There's very good documentaries online. Just search YouTube, watch some... relatively neutral documentaries. But at the end of the day, it's the death of an internationalist project, which leads to, such as the Soviet Union, which leads to nation states redrawing its borders and redefining themselves. And in that attempt to redraw borders based on internationally accepted ideas of self-determination, countries go into conflict with each other because they do not agree with the manner in which the previous internationalist project was cut up post-death of internationalist project. This is the same as Ukraine, pretty much. Think that the BRICS members and associates are maldeveloped, resource-rich countries. Their potential is enormous. It absolutely is.
It's that. If you can't get a good deal there, well, you might go to London or Washington. But whatever you are doing, you're going to play them against each other. You're going to say to the Americans, oh, that's the best you offer? Let's go the other place, see what they offer. You want to know why most of the railroads being built in Africa today are being built by the Chinese? There's your answer. They got a better deal. Everything is changing because of this, except here, where the make-believe is the way this country is dealing with this. Denial. You know, we ought to ask Dr. Fra to help us with the understanding psychologically. We all know it from our personal lives, right? When we've lost a friend or a lover, and we had to wait until all our friends told us what we couldn't face ourselves. Well, we are the friends in this country who are being unable to vent. That's why what Indonesia did last week is something I'm not going to ask how many of you noticed it, because nobody will raise their hand. How could you? Make-believe made sure that that was not on the newspaper's front page, or in most newspapers on any page, ever. How many?
Not even I know. I have no idea what happened in Indonesia.
Many of you know that the Chinese are now the fast-growing dominant economy in the world? We're not. We haven't been for a while. Every major high-tech firm in this country has an analog. Has an analog in China. When we heard earlier that there was an offer by China and by Russia to work with the United States earlier, which the United States turned down, that's part of denial. They didn't just turn it down then, they turned it down now. One more example, and then I'll stop and tell you what this all means. 15 years ago, every automobile company on this planet went to work trying to develop what they understood was the next wave.
And some people that are like, okay, what denial? They're not there yet. Like China's very far from being as influential and powerful as the United States is today, which would be a relatively correct take, right? But it's a correct take when looking at the two countries' position currently on the great rat race of geopolitics. Then yes, you have A for the United States, you have B for China, and you have A like 500-600 meters in front of B. But A is moving at 1.5 kilometers an hour, and B is moving at 3.5 kilometers an hour, right? So when you are the United States and you're moving at 1.5 kilometers an hour, and you look back, and you're not stupid. What you do for a living is race, right? And you see the Chinese coming up behind you, no matter how far behind you they are, like 500 meters at 3.5. And then you remember that literally 20, 30 years ago, they were like 5,000 meters behind you. You didn't even have to worry about them. You're like, these silly Orientals, let's go and meet them. Nixon is going to go and shake hands and shit. It's going to be cute. We're going to divide them with the Soviets. It's very, very cute. And now they're 500 meters behind you, and they're running at more than double your speed. If you're a smart man, you realize that you fucking lost. Okay? So what are the two options that you can do? What are the two options? The two options are you either start running faster, which the United States cannot do because it's an imperial economy that generates capital through the exploitation of third world resources and domestic resources, which it has exhausted so much that at this point they're fucking fracking every single hole that they can find, including their mothers, if you know what I mean, where their domestic labor pool is almost completely outsourced, where all expertise has basically been given for free to the West because, to the East, because they wanted them to take up all the pollution and all the hyper labor exploitation. But now, holy shit, these guys are not only producing products for ourselves, they're making cars for themselves, they're making fashion for themselves, they're making buildings for themselves, they're creating infrastructure in their own way, sometimes utilizing the very tools we gave them because we thought that they were never going to be smart enough to utilize them. Now, they have economic partners in the developing world that lead to the exchange of currency and interest. Now, they are the ones getting more racers that are 500-600 meters behind them to help push them to run faster, etc., etc. So you realize that you can't outrun them. You absolutely cannot outrun them. So what do you do when you cannot outrun someone? You start playing it the way us as kids played all those fucking Mario race games, Super Mario karting games, the karting games. Like I used to play the Crash Bandicoot karting a lot. You start getting one of those coins that give you superpowers where you can throw shit behind you, throw little bombs behind you, right? So you sabotage. You sabotage economically. You sabotaged on the geopolitical playing field. You create new enemies for them. You sabotage domestically by investing into ethnic groups that you inspire to fight for independence and self-determination, etc., etc. You do all of this, but at the end of the day, it's a little bit cope because the other guy is dodging, and he's dodging hard. He is dodging hard. And then also you wake up one morning and you realize that all your friends that you've ever really had, talking about the United States here, are people that were always hanging with you because you were the rich guy. You're just the rich corpo dude. That's the only reason people are really friends with you. They're not friends with you because they feel, except for the Brits, of course, deep historic and cultural connection. They're not friends because they like you. They're just in it because you would give them some money, even though they now are realizing that all the money you gave them was with an insane loan and then you would have to go bankrupt in order to pay it back. So even those friends, some realize that you're not really a friend, and the other ones that are still milking you are only your friends because you have money. And now there's another player in town, and they have money too. And eventually they might even have as much money as you, but are not willing to enter into economic relationships which are extremely, extremely shark-like and parasitic. Talking about the Chinese here and their approach to international trade. So you go like, what the fuck is gonna happen? It's a perfect soup of catastrophe. The United States has no real friends that aren't their friends without economic benefit. They cannot compete in the long term. Currently, they can. Currently, they absolutely can. And it's hardcore cope to say that China is on the level of the United States right now. That's fucking hilarious. But in the long term, it's hardcore cope to say that China will not make up for the distance and catch up to the United States. So it's a perfect soup for American disaster. And the only way to avoid it is to basically unify the entire world against China. That is what proper right wingers understand, like Tucker Carlson. Don't ever think that guy's dumb. That guy really thinks that the United States needs to cooperate with Russia because the United States needs as many allies against China as possible. Which is, if I was an American nationalist, the absolutely correct take. If I was a fascist piece of shit, I would be thinking the same way. And yeah, you got to unify everybody against them, and if that doesn't work, you got to go to war. You got to go to war because they're also a nuclear powerhouse on a little territory where you can fight it out and prove your dominance and fuck up their economy by pretty much pushing them into an eternal war, something that they're trying to do in Taiwan that the Chinese are not, they're not biting the hook, but not yet at least. For every engineer graduating in the U.S., China graduates 6 engineers, except Germany. Germany will dick ride the U.S. for eternity, yeah. We're so cooked, chat. No, you don't have to be. No, you don't have to be. A future of cooperation is possible. I mean, if the United States has a choice, and it's a very decent choice, saying, hey, it doesn't really matter if I'm number 1 or number 2. It doesn't, looking at the world through this lens is absolutely barbaric. Why not collaborate with the other developing superpower? Why the fuck not? Collaboration of one species on one planet for the benefit of one species on one planet. Good old humans, eh? But no, we can't do that. Can't do that because we need big pickups, and 90% of American identity is based on American exceptionalism and feelings of superiority. How could we even be Americans if we are not number 1? At least when we report about ourselves being number 1. Juju gachi jeong dae. Zhengjia gudong yaji.
Wonderful. A new
Thank
child
you, Adelie,
soldier.
for the 9 months, you fucking legend. Thank you, Adelie. Beautiful child soldiers, welcome.
In that business, which was putting aside the gasoline.
But that's it.
Powered.
That's basically what I'm trying to tell you.
Car and substituting an electric operated car or truck.
No, Hugo, don't you know people do better when they're competing against each other? Yeah. But the craziest part is that even if we continue, if we... No, I'm not even going to make the argument because it's, again, it's under the capitalist context. And in the capitalist context, you can't really argue for international cooperation because domestic and foreign capitalist interest groups, they don't want them. They don't want that because they're competing amongst each other. The only objectively impressive thing the U.S. is still have is its billions of dollars spent on weapons because its people are somehow letting them spend all the taxes on war. And so the only way they can impress anyone nowadays is with terror, pretty much.
By the way, not a rational response because it's terribly wasteful to have that vehicle, which those of you who have it notice, sits on the street or in the garage most of its life. That's kind of, let's use a fundamental word, stupid. It's stupid. It's a waste of resources. That car could serve 20 people each day if it were managed properly. What do I mean managed properly? Well, like a car rental business, that's how they would manage that. Or those bicycles we can now just take off the rack and put back on. That's a rational way. If you don't want to avoid killing people, which private cars do, if you want to avoid air pollution, cars are the major cause of it, and on and on. Rational would be to go from the private car to a mass transit efficient system.
I disagree. The car is being used when it's parked outside the club. Hey! Oh, Lord. Sometimes it's really difficult to clean afterwards. You can get messy, if you know what I mean.
A beautiful train every 5 minutes, a beautiful bus, even more beautiful, every 3 minutes, everywhere. That's it. Infinitely cheaper, much more efficient. And none of you have to worry about it because wherever it's parked, in the central lots, which we call car rental centers, there would be paid mechanics who make sure they're in proper condition. So the car would be in better shape.
Yeah, it's really hard getting blood stains out. You know that's not what I meant. Though, like, if that's your thing, I guess, God bless.
Better cared for. The whole thing is nuts. And who is the person who invented this crazy bad solution to the fuel-burning car? That genius who did this terrible thing, Elon Musk. That's what he did. He found a way that automobile companies could make a profit by taking us out of gas cars into electric cars. So 15 years ago, all the car companies said, hooray, here's how we hold on to our profits by making these private cars for everybody. And they all went to work to compete. And there was a winner.
Same like I always compete, not with you, Chad, not with my father, not with JT or Hakeem, but with the advertisement industrial complex, who will play an ad in exactly 4 minutes. So avoid that ad, become a subscriber, support the show, and make your life better. $6 a month, free through Prime, or gift to those less privileged than you. And for every 10 gift subs, yours truly will gift another 5, because I might love money, but I hate ads more.
As of 3
Ad playing in 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
years ago, one company figured out how to make the best quality electric cars and trucks and at the lowest price, which is what competition is supposed to result. And I'm sure you all know the name of this company. It's the BYD Corporation. Let me do that again. B as in boy, Y as in yellow, D as in dog, BYD. Now, your faces give you away. You never heard of this place or this thing. What is it? Well, what did I just tell you? They won the competition for the entire new wave of cars and trucks moving across this planet every day by the millions. And you never heard of them. Why? Because they move everywhere except here. If you go to Europe right now, you'll see them all over the roads.
I don't know, very sus, very sus. He was talking about a Chinese company and he was like, be like boy. Why like yellow? Yellow boy? For the Chinese company, bro? Because when he started saying, I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Where's this going?
BYD, and by the way, there's several Chinese car companies. They're not the only one. They're just the ones who did it best.
Also, D for dog, right? D for dog. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. That unironically means that he really isn't racist. Because if he was racist like all of you, chat, including me, he would have thought of these things, you know? He would have recognized these racist patterns. But because he's so not racist, that's why he did it. It's like, I don't know, something that happened with like, I don't remember. We forgive Wolf, yeah.
Why don't you see them? Because we have a tariff started by Mr. Trump, raised by Mr. Biden. The tariff on the Chinese...
It was subconscious racism escaping him, yes. His white soul cannot help it.
Electric vehicles is 100%. So let me explain quickly what that means. The Chinese produce this wonderful thing, this electric vehicle, and let's take a simple number. $30,000 is what they cost for the car. You're in America. You need, therefore, to come up with $30,000 if, for example, you're a company that uses electric trucks to do part of your business. It's an input. You'd have to come up with $30,000 to get the truck. And then you'd have to pay 100%. Another $30,000 will go into Uncle Sam, who put the tariff. Tariff is just a word for a tax. It's a word for a tax on an imported good or a service, something that's produced out of the country but brought in here for sale. That's what an import is. And tariff is the name of the tax you put on imports. We have been putting taxes on imports as a nation from the beginning.
And that's why we didn't get one. Yeah, the EU has been taxing China for like the last 5 years. And crazy anti-China taxes have started midway through Joe Biden's term. Just Trump is now elevating the percentage to a higher point.
Although throughout the history, there's nothing new about it. But it's 100%, which means an American would have to buy that truck by giving China 30 grand for the truck. And Uncle Sam.
And the only problem we have with that now that we didn't have in the past with China is that China used to make all this stuff, but then transport it to mainland US or to Germany, and we put a sticker on it. Put a sticker on it. Here, it's a BMW now. It's an Audi now. It's a fucking Ford now. It's a Toyota now. It's whatever the fuck. And then we were super chill with it because look, it's one of our stickers on it. What does the sticker mean, chat? What does you being the last one in the process putting the sticker on it mean, chat? You get most of the fucking profit rate. The Chinese now said, no, we're going to put our own fucking stickers. What the fuck? We learned how to make cars kind of thanks to you guys. Fuck you now. We're putting the stickers on them. Suck my dick. And we're like, oh, no, we can't do this. I mean, the sticker's the whole thing. You can't just like make a car for $20,000, sell it for $30,000. Because you put a Chinese sticker on it. No, you have to transport it over here to France, where we put a French sticker on it, and then sell that $20,000 for $80,000, okay? Which is a very bad allegory because who in the fuck would pay $80,000 for a French car? God fucking damn it. Just send me all that money. Like, holy fuck.
Sam, another 30 grand, and so with 60 grand, you get the truck.
The problem is that they moved up the value chain
Wonderful,
instead
a
of
new
sticking to
child
plastic
soldier,
buckets.
I mean,
That as well.
subscriber.
Absolutely. But they didn't forget the plastic buckets either, my friend. They didn't forget the plastic buckets either. They, at this point, almost, it's not there yet, have can completely satisfy their domestic market through their domestic production. But because they're commies, to an extent, at least ideologically, some of them, okay, don't start a civil war about denguism in Chad. They understand what? They understand the falling rate of profit. So they understand that eventually they will also have to outsource. They will also have to outsource. And that is why they are running around China building up infrastructure. Sure, one perspective because they're CCP members that are, anti-imperialist, blah, blah, blah. But mostly because they will need a place to outsource. And if certain African countries have the infrastructure which will allow them to become the new China for China, that's where they will go. It's called long-term fucking planning. But afterwards, unless they actually switch to a socialized economy, like fully switch, they will just become another America. And I'm pretty sure the Chinese recognize that as well. Because at one point, through this scenario, most of Africa will industrialize as well. And they will say, why the fuck should we be putting Chinese stickers on the stuff we're making? We're going to make the stuff here and put our own sticker. Fuck you. Okay? And if China still wants to go the direction of a partial market economy, socialism with Chinese characteristics, it's going to come out of its ass because they'll just end up slowly degrading over the next century the way the United States has. But if they do actually socialize and follow through on what they promised, their population and the world, we could have a very beautiful, nice, rising red sun. But it's all a gamble, and we will see. Some say hope, some say hope, some say, what the fuck are you talking about? I never learned about this. Thank you, Nutsack TV. That is these like semi-eloquent allegories, and then I finish it with thank you, Nutsack TV, for the 2-month subscription. What have I done to my life? This is why I say we'll see when someone asks me if China is socialist. That is the best answer you should give when somebody asks you whether China is socialist.
Of course, no one does that. Why? Because Ford and General Motors and Tesla will sell you an electric car or truck for a mere 40 grand or 50 grand or something like that. So who's helped by this? Ford and...
I don't see Africa industrializing anytime soon, to be honest. It is 1955. No, it is 19... 85. You are a American company that is outsourcing in China. It seems like life is good. There's no way they're going to industrialize very fast and take over our business. You can't imagine that. Circa 2025, that literally happens. Yeah, I don't see China industrializing fast, but if they play their cards as well as the Chinese, they could.
General Motors,
They absolutely could.
wouldn't be able to sell their crappy cars otherwise. None of us buy a $40,000 or $50,000 electric car if we're going to do that, and give BYD $30,000 for a better car rather than $40,000 or $50,000 to General Motors, however patriotic we might feel. And you know who knows it? Ford and General Motors. So they went to the president and they said, put that tariff there. It'll protect us. Of course, they didn't say our profits, which is the truth. It'll protect jobs. Whenever you hear a capital...
And isn't that so funny? Not only is it not protecting jobs, it's keeping it at the same salary rate while inflation is increasing, so everybody's getting poorer. But the main pitch of capitalism, and I repeat this all the time, is you will get very cool, cheap shit. You'll get a lot of cool shit. That's basically the only honest capitalist that exists is the one that says, I really like cool shit. I don't care how much my planet or my fellow man suffers in the process of me getting cool shit. Very often cool, affordable shit. And now even that capitalism cannot give us because it is refusing to actually compete with more efficient competition from across the pond. So it's doing tariffs, which will make the lower quality shit that you already have in the United States become even more expensive. So the one thing that the market economy told us, you will get good, cheap shit, not even that is going to be delivered anymore. So you get nothing. You get nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, you're supposed to remain patriotic. That's incredible. I think the demographic transition model is a great way to look at the positions of counties changing on the global stage. Countries, I'm guessing, basically what we used to call first, second, and third world countries. Any second world country like China, who does a smart long-term economic policy, will overtake any first world country with basic economic policy for the long term, like the U.S. It could. I mean, in the long term, yes. It doesn't matter if the roles were reversed. The United States would now be catching up to China. It's not something in the American culture or the Chinese culture that is superior to the other one, which allows them to reach this sort of point. It's not like an ethnic question or a religious question, etc., etc. It's the system that governs it, the economic system, number one, and number two, time, basically, time.
Capitalists tell you about what they're doing to protect jobs. Hold on to your wallet. Someone's reaching. Why is it false? Because this is a terrible act for most American producers. Think of yourself as a maker of shirts or of chairs or of software programs. You would like to buy the trucks you need to bring in your inputs, to sell and distribute your outputs. You're going to have to buy electric trucks. You'd like to buy the best one at the lowest price. Of course. You're competing with enterprises in France and in Germany and in Brazil and in Nigeria.
Yo, thank you, the cynical Chris. Thank you very much for the gifty, and thank you, no, for the 12 months. And thank you, TF Tanner, for the resub. Welcome. Holy shit, maybe a hype train is near. I think we are 8 gift subs away from me donating another 5. Yes, 8 equals 13. Let's get back to that beautiful 2,000. I always feel very anxious when we are under 2,000. Thank you very much, Cam.
And fill in the blank.
Wonderful.
They're all buying BYD cars at 30 grand.
So thank you, TF Tanner. Thank you, TF Tanner, for the 11 months. Almost a year. That's crazy. TF Tanner is one of the OJs.
You have to pay 40 or 50 to General Motors. You know what that means? They're going to defeat you economically. You're going to be loser. And when you lose, you're going to lay off your workers. because you can't compete with the company.
Oh, Jokula, you fucking motherfucker, go fuck yourself. Jokula likes when I'm very mean to him. That's when he gives me more stuff. Thank you, Jokula, for the 7. Now we're only 1 gift sub away from me gifting another 5. Let's fucking go. Hype trainee, hype trainee. As we all know, whenever there is a hype trainee, we watch Chinese TikToks. That's the thing we do now. You have to deal with it, okay? You have to deal with it. As long as the hype train lasts, we watch Red Note stuff. Wait, why doesn't it open? I have it open. Una secunda, tavarishi. Momento uno. Opala. Okay, now I open a this. 1 second.
Business.
I open a this. And discover page. There we go. Thank you, Bionic Broccoli, for the 5 gifties. Thank you, 420 Blushed, for the gifties. Thank you very, very much. Now another 5 from me. Let's watch some Chinese TikTok. The first one we all immediately have on beautiful, beautiful screen, of course, is Adolf Hitler. There you go, Adolf Hitler. Welcome to Red Note. Adolf Hitler, indeed. Okay, let me just give 5 gifties from me, myself, and I to you. I love that fucking train. I love the great jihad against advertising. I love the excitement of Hitler on screen. Risking it all, indeed. Risking it all. Yes, thank you, 420 Blushed. Thank you, Bionic Broccoli. Thank you, Jocula. Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, we have Wawa.
Let her lead you on. You be saying no, then saying yes, cause you're messing with your head.
Level 5 hype train. The longer the hype train, the dirtier the brain rot.
There's that chirping again. How are you not hearing that? Newsflash, asshole! I've been hearing it the entire goddamn time! Then why wouldn't you say something? Because I hate you! There's that chirping again. How are you not hearing that? Newsflash, asshole! I've been hearing it the entire goddamn time! Then why wouldn't you say something? Because I hate you!
Okay, this is really good. Oh, fuck. Next.
Luca. Bueno.
This is fuck this. Why do we have rockets? Fuck, no, I don't want this. No. Okay, that good, very good. Very good. Very much like I'll appreciate. No kill, very much safe, drop, safe people, yes. No kill. This makes me want to kill myself next. It's the year of the spinning cat.
My friends and I used to sue each other to get on court television. The court show pays whoever wins, so we'd always make sure that the plaintiff won, and then we'd split the money.
This
I was
is
a
the
witness
type of
on
idea
Judge
that you hear and you're like, dude, this sounds like so fucking good, but you never really have the balls to pull it off.
Alex.
Man, I'm just glad we got this money. I needed the money so bad. I'm broke. I have like 3 frozen hamburgers at home. I can't afford to buy toothpaste.
I was a plaintiff on Judge Joe Brown. I played a promoter and I sued.
Thank you, Futakuchi Mana. Thank you, Futakuchi Mana, for the raid. Everybody go and check out Futakuchi. I hope you had a very, very good raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are currently hype training. If anybody was thinking of gifting subs, now would be the moment for our beautiful, beautiful Raiders. Welcome. When we have a hype train, we watch Red Note. Basically, that's it. And we hope that we don't get banned from Twitch with the TOS breaking. Please go give a follow to Futakuchi Mana. I will do so as well. And thank you very, very much for the raid. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gabriel, for the gifty, brother. Thank you very much. When my bro, I don't care. I'll say, when you go, oh Jesus, I'm risking it, but fuck it. When you visit your Chinese bro and he serves you tea and you're like, bro, what the fuck? Can I get some coffee? every time. Russians and Chinese friends, every time, like, they force me into tea, and it's so fucking warm, I want to die, dude. So I'm like, I'm gonna be respectful. The entirety of my throat is literally burning in on itself. It's peeling. Skin is peeling. We are how much? We are 20 seconds away from the hype train level 5 ending. If you want this shit posting to continue, then contribute to the train of hype. Thank you for 20 blushed. 10,
Ahoy, Squidward!
9.
Ahoy, Eugene! Would you mind clearing this table for me? They're watching us.
That guy's a real pain in the hindquarters, eh, Squiddy?
Eugene, I think you need to look at page 20 of our employee hand.
Thank you very much for the level 5 hype train. Thank you very, very much. Going back to a regularly scheduled broadcast, Richard Wolff and Trump 2.0, the great American cope. For those of you joining us a little bit late and they might not know what I do here, I am a socialist from the Balkans that pretty much covers news, events, theory. My concentration and focus is on corporate structures because that's where my experience lies, and analysis of fascism. That's where my education lies. So yeah, welcome, and if you would like to stick around, do click that follow button. We tend to have a relatively decent amount of fun here. Our community here is basically all of us are in a bar, and I'm very, very angry about the world and drunk, and I'm screaming at you about how you should look at the world from a Marxist lens, okay? But I'm not giving you all of this as a respectable news anchor like Hakim like Hassan or a respectable academic like Hakim. No, I'm literally screaming at you. Thank you very much, Knackered Ocelot. Thank you very, very much. Now, yes, we've been watching Richard Wolff about Trump 2.0 and the cope of American empire decline. Let us continue.
Buy the biggest, the best, and the cheapest
Wonderful.
electric vehicle. Now multiply this by dozens of other commodities. China is winning. We are losing. Shh. Don't tell anyone.
I love the incredibly niche civil war about chai and tea in the chat. I don't know. In Serbo-Croatian, chai is the word for tea. Same in Russian, Ukrainian, and so on. Most Slavic countries say chai.
Because you live in a country which is pretending to itself that none of this is going on.
Do you think Western capitalist hegemony can end without a descent into total fascism? Yes, it is possible. It's a long conversation. It is absolutely possible. We have to hope that it's possible.
Either never discussed, or we turn it around and we say...
In Poland, we say herbata. Of course, the Polish had to be original. By the way, how the fuck are you from Poland, Top G? I always thought you were from China. The fuck? Chat, the fuck? G moved to Poland? What the fuck, bro?
The Chinese are becoming aggressive in the world. Huh? They're doing what exactly we did. You know how the United States became a big, powerful country? By doing to Europe what the Chinese are doing to us. It's not new. It's not different. The only question...
Exactly what I said earlier with the race allegory.
The question is, why would it be surprising? What a strange behavior is going...
Because empire thinks it's going to be empire forever. It's a fucking narcissism on a state level, dude. And tea is the word for you, and I want to drink you, Yugopnik, especially when you is hot. Aw, I want to drink you too, baby.
Going on here. Now, where is this taking us? And I have a few things, and that's all I really want to tell you. Mr. Trump is a problem. You've probably already noticed that. And one of the ways he's a problem is that he has come this far as a politician. He had a different life before. It's known as a playboy. So he went from a New York playboy to a national politician, maybe even an international politician. And he did it in one basic way.
Wait, what the fuck, chat? Why didn't you tell me? I didn't give the 5 gifties. What the fuck? Chat, you need to keep up with me. I can cheat you on this shit. I'm not supposed to be able to cheat you on this shit. I just realized that the payment didn't go through. There we go. God. You gotta keep up. Like, don't be naive little shitheads, chat. Don't fucking trust a single word I say, bro. Don't trust a word I say. There you go. 5 gifties from yours truly. And thank you, Johar, for the 3 months. Thank you very much. And welcome to the community, brother.
He understood, maybe it's not clear, he understood that America was in such trouble that the mass of people here...
Capitalist Hugo, no, not capital. This is mutual aid. This is subscription mutual aid. It only exists here, bro. I want none of you to ever have to watch an ad ever again. And the only way we can achieve that, well, a lot of you being broke, understandably, due to fucking herder market economy, is by having oilers oil me up, which gives me extra money that I then redistribute by giving 5 gifties for every 10 gifties. It's literally Twitch socialism. We call it the jihad.
Were remarkably alienated from the conventional Republican and Democratic
Class collaborationist, you piece of shit. Barry Balls coming in like always, slowly becoming the greatest oiler of this channel. Thank you, Barry. Here's another 5 gifties from yours truly. Thank you very, very much, Barry. Barry has a wife. And his wife has a husband, and that husband is really hot and like oils really, really well. That's all I'm saying, okay? Thank you, Barry.
Parties. They didn't feel those parties were doing much for them.
Everybody who got a sub from Barry, say thank you, Barry. Your wife's husband is very cool, Barry. Okay?
Which is true. That those parties weren't protecting them from a decline they couldn't quite pinpoint, but they felt. Particularly over the last 30 years. Their budgets were squeezed. You might have noticed that 40 years ago, the level of household debt in this country was small. Nowadays, everybody is loaded with debt. I can add, if you're interested, that corporate debt is at a higher level than it's ever been in our country.
And the ideological switch, that tells you that you actually own stuff, even though the bank owns it until you pay off the loan, is absolute class. But I never thought it was going to get worse than that. And somehow it did with the current rent epidemic ideology, where they are unironically telling you that it's not only a necessity, but it's financially wise and smart to be a rentoid your whole life. Because, God forbid, owning your own personal property, out of which to an extent you cannot be kicked out, is actually very cringe. And it's always the guys giving us these pitches are always guys that have a shit ton of rental properties, of course.
Wonderful, a new child
Country
soldier.
and government debt. In other words,
you will own nothing and love it. Exactly.
We are.
It's. I just never I remember back in the day being extremely confused as an Eastern European. Like I remember my dad telling me like, dude, the shit we see about the United States is whack because I do not have a single loan. I have an apartment. I have a car. You know, I'm getting you through school and so on in this like really, really developing country, right? And in the United States, they flex with all that shit, but every single one of these things is on a fucking bank loan. Their cars, their houses, their pools, their clothes, their TVs, everything's on a loan. So my dad always kept telling me like, no, these people are broke. They're just in debt. Like they're all in debt and they're living off of some other person's money. And just culturally to me, that like even back then was super shocking. It was like, how the fuck can you do it? Even though I have a mortgage now because there's no other option to insure like a decent place and for you to eventually end up being the one who quote unquote owns it, aka rents it from the government, but at least they're a better landlord. You know, I adapted to that, but what I was saying is it was a big culture shock to realize just how in debt the U.S. population is. But now they're also trying to pitch you to be in debt for other stuff, but when it comes to property, you should rent because they know in the long term, nobody will even be able to afford to get into debt to get a mortgage. Your children, for us, for like at least 50-60% of us, people between the ages of 20 and 45, it's going to be impossible to own a home. But 100% of our kids will not be able to own a home, ever. So that's why they're slowly like introducing the ideological current of renting is based actually. Having a landlord is super cool. It's like super like financially wise, bro. Like, dude, if like the roof falls apart, it's the landlord that's got to fix it, bro.
For a country in debt on a scale we didn't imagine 10 years ago, let alone think we would have now.
We're a social democracy that votes off vibes. Vibe is next level democracy. Our brain will self-correct each other in the hive mind called philosophy. So depressing. I feel like I'm staring down the barrel of eternal debt. You are. And I am too. We all are.
There's a name for companies that have been for several years so deeply in debt that they don't make enough profit, ready, to service their debt. That is, to pay the interest and the portion they have to repay. Now, we have a special name in economics for them. I kid you not. I didn't make this up. Zombie corporations, because they're dead. They're economically defunct. You know how they manage to survive when their profits aren't enough to cover their debts? They take on more debt to pay the debt they couldn't otherwise cover. Uh-oh, that makes them more zombie-ish next year than they were this year, which is what's happening. You might wonder, who lends money to all these indebted people, businesses, and government? Well, let me start with the government, because if you thought the world was crazy before, wait till you get this.
What was that old saying? If you owe the bank $300,000, they chase you down and take all your shit. If you owe the bank $500 million, they politely invite you to a meeting.
The two biggest creditors of the United States government are Japan and China. Japan number one, China number two. A few years ago, it was the other way. China was number one, Japan was number two. The United States is the biggest debtor country in the world by countries. The second biggest...
the allegory is a better... if you owe the bank $300,000, you're constantly sweating. If you owe the bank $500 million, the bank is constantly sweating.
Creditor of the United States is the biggest debtor is the People's Republic of China. Do you understand? The United States owes China $850 billion, roughly. It has to pay interest, of course, on that debt, like it has to pay on others. Which means I'm here to tell you that a portion of the taxes every one of you in this room pays when you buy a bottle of beer, or you smoke a cigarette, or you pay your taxes, a portion of that money, you should be very...
My guy is such a fucking 1970s guy, and I love it. I fucking love it. He's literally my spirit animal. The first allegory he has for the type of stuff that you buy is a beer and a cigarette. Man, he's my fucking guy, dude. He's so my fucking guy, dude. And I don't know if you've ever noticed, he kind of stopped, but like, if you watch some of his shit from earlier, he's like kitted out, bro. He's like wearing gold chains and shit, bro. Like, my guy is literally my guy. It's funny because Yugo's spirit animal is a wolf. I hate his fucking thumbnails so fucking much. Also, he hasn't replied to come back on the deprogram. His fucking agents, I have no idea why. It's very strange. Come on, give me one where he's sitting where we can see full body. Where we can see Coca. Okay, now I'm being weird. He looks like Jakub, not gonna lie, yeah, in these pictures. Maybe here, you can see, like, does he raise his hand at some point? Yeah.
One of the institute developed around the personality and work of one of the loudest.
Okay, no, this is his watch, because I watched a few times when he's got like a big ass, thick ass gold chain. Like, he's an Italian, right? He's an Italian. He's like I'm walking over, like, from the accent. He's like alternate universe Tony Soprano if he wasn't a sociopath. This is Tony Soprano if he never met Carm, bro. This is Tony without Carm.
Please.
He's French-German, I thought. Really? Maybe.
Is collected by the United States government. Not
is the Mediterranean side inside him waking up? Maybe he's got some Greek shit. He's French-German. He's just a New Yorker. Okay. Yeah, he's a New Yorker. That means he's Italian too.
Used for houses or medical care or student loans, but shipped to China as interest on the debt to enable them to build their military capacity to fight the United States. Hello. I didn't make this up. On the other hand, think of it this way. These kinds of loans from Japan, from China, enable the United States government to spend all the money Dr. Leon told us about in Ukraine without having to tax us. Because you know what would bring the war in Ukraine to an end in about 10, maybe 11 seconds? If Americans had to pay for it. But we don't. The Chinese and the Russians, and China, by the way, supports Russia against Ukraine, but lends government money to the United States, which pays for the Ukrainians.
It's crazy. Woo! Don't you love the market economy, bro? Money moves around, people die. Win. I like the vagine.
Whoa. You think you ought to pay respect to a system working?
Thank you, Fenian Marxist, very much. I like vagine. Thank you, 3 months. Very good. Why am I talking like this? I don't know.
Like this?
It's Friday, dude. Am I going to go out later? Chat, should I go out later? Maybe we could even pre-drink. Should we pre-drink? It is a fucking Friday. 7:25.
Think. We are in a completely different
Everybody's yesing me up, Jesus.
world than we once were. The empire is declining. We are not strong. We are weak. We don't produce the bulk of the world's output. We don't control.
Thank you, Bentowitch. Friday, it means getting the bong out. Yo, brother, let's get a fucking thing.
All the bulk of the world's trade.
Only 8 hours ahead of me. There is still time to catch up. I'm sure you would be able to, Barry. I'm sure you would be able to. The one like weakness I've realized I've got when it comes to drinking is when I'm late to a party and I need to catch up. I always overdo it. Like my body can consume a very, very large amount of alcohol through like hours, right? Like I can take down even more than a liter of vodka, right? But it needs to be spread out. If I really hit it hard and hit it fast, I just get woo-woo-wee-wad far too quickly, and it kind of ruins the night. I mean, it doesn't ruin the night, it just cuts it short. Because I don't pass out, I don't puke. It just like everything gets boring. There's no like end goal to fight and strive towards.
The US dollar.
Consume the substances of your choice and watch Eraserhead. Bonus points if you inflict this upon your friends as well.
Which in 1950s,
that sounds evil, Comrade Internet.
60s, 70s was the global currency dominating all others.
When did you first drink alcohol? I think it was like 14 or something.
Isn't anymore.
Pretty late.
Central banks around the country, which used to hold dollars as backing.
Started drinking Ukrainian vodka. Yeah, there's a Ukrainian bar I go to. There's one is called Number 4 that I really like. I think it's called Number 4 or some shit. Ukrainian vodka Number 4. I think it's Number 4. No, not vodka Zelensky, блядь. Fucking English Google is crazy. Number 5. Number 5. There's the Ukrainian vodka that's a number, basically. I thought it was Number 4. It's actually very decent.
For their own currencies in their own countries because the dollar was as good as gold. It isn't anymore. So the dollar from being
79, Barry Balls is number 16. Fuck you guys.
80% of the reserves held by central banks.
88, son of a bitch.
Is now about 40%. Still important. We're still in a big industrial power, but nothing like we were. Now, Mr. Trump understood that in this changing world, Americans were being squeezed. And he was right about that. And you should understand that.
What's up with Ukrainians having numbers for vodkas? Like, there's a number 9, as Barry said, but it's not this one. It's a long bottle. It's not this one either. It's definitely not this shit. I see a bottle like this, I'm not buying. You know what I just I recently realized I never tried? I never actually tried soju, ever. Because I always thought it was going to be like weak as fuck, like sake, but apparently there's soju that's like 50-60%, which I would really like to try. Is it good? Have you guys tried it? Is it good? Soju is pretty nice. No, it's not. No, it is good. It's sweet. Is it very sweet? Are we taking ouzo and mastika sweet, or are we talking like more chill? Soju can sneak up on you. I like it. It's very fruity. But how the fuck is it fruity? Isn't it made out of rice? I tried too sweet for me and has a distinct aftertaste I don't enjoy. Okay. You are sweet. No, you are sweet. If you get a bad flavor, you might not like it. Yeah, same like rakia. So I didn't know. Okay, so there's plenty of different types of soju. Because I really dislike when somebody tries rakia, and for example, they try one type of rakia, and they're like, I don't like it. It's like trying one car and saying, I don't like all cars. Like there's plenty of other cars that you can try. So if you don't like rakia made out of plum, maybe you will like rakia made out of grape or, I don't know, pear, etc., etc. So if it's the same thing with soju, I guess one needs to try a few. I wasn't talking to you. Yeah, me neither. Go fuck yourself, Joku. Sorry, I love you, Joku. No, I don't. Fuck you, Joku.
We're still in that situation, and Mr. Trump is president.
Plum rakia is the best in my opinion, but I grew up on plum rakia, so maybe that's why.
Because of it. Here's how it works. Every empire, as it goes down, has the following procedure of handling it. The people at the top, the rich and the powerful, respond to the decline by saying, oh, this is terrible, but not for me.
Try this. What is this? I am 25 years or older. What the fuck is up with Sweden, bro? Swedish people's propensity to alcoholism is insane. They have to ban it up until 25. God, dude. So what is this? Is it a whiskey? What? Recreation, the world's oldest liquor find, found on the sunken warship vase. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I would love to try this. That is cool. That is cool. That's cool. 25 Balkans retired drinking at that age.
The top always offloads the difficulties and burdens of a
You really gotta try, my lord. Yeah, I heard good things.
Decline onto those people less powerful and less rich than themselves. The emperor in Rome didn't suffer.
I don't know who made this. Like, they should go fuck themselves, but also I love them. The state of Albania. Fucking kill yourself. JT, I need alcohol, Hugo. Tito, Jeff Bezos has $121 billion. Hakeem, post the episode, Habibi, I'm getting death threats. The program Discord, ignore. Please post the new episode. Dude, do you know how much work I do for these two cunts? Do you know how, like, there would be no deprogram, okay? They are literally the smartest people I know. Literally the smartest people I know. But holy fucking shit, if I do not parent them around, that would be the greatest disaster of all time. Like, I literally feel like both the mom and the dad. And then I come here to chat and I feel like the unk. Like, maybe I should actually make a child of my own so that it makes sense. What'd you do to piss off Albania, Tavarish? Somebody doesn't know the lore. What if Yugopnik here the WhatsApp? There should be a Twitch chat here going, I need the ads, Hugo. You can make a child with me. No, I can't. No, I can't. We're not the same species, bro. Is Pivo or Vino bigger where you live, in your opinion? That's a very difficult question. I think Vino still is, but Pivo is becoming.
Suffer the way the average people did. The emperor in Persia or the emperor in Greece, it doesn't matter. All the empires show the same phenomena. Those at the top hold on, work harder than they used to hold on because they know damn well it's going down. And who can't do that are the people who don't have much power and the people who don't have much wealth. And so the working class has to be, one way or another, squeezed as you go down. And we, you, me, we're all being squeezed. And in our naivete, we turn to the Republican and Democratic Party. Protect us. They can't. Oh, they'll tell you whatever you want to.
You do all do half wine, half mineral water over there. Hey, where are you from, Loop GM? Of course, but sparkling water. Špricer, brate, špricer. Oh. Hoću da čujem da za špricer in chat, bro. Špricer is when it's hot outside And especially even better with rosé. Even better with rosé, bro. Jesus, I'm thirsty now.
We're here. You know that. We live in that.
But, like, don't overdo it. My dad had massive problems with his stomach. Like, he goes to the doctor, and they're like, holy fucking shit. Do you drink a lot? And he's like, yes, every day. And they're like, stop drinking immediately. And he's like, okay, fuck, shit, I'm dying. I should stop drinking. Proceeds to not drink for 3 months. Goes to the doctor again. They're like, there's no improvement. What the fuck are you drinking secretly? He's like, I'm not fucking drinking secretly. What the fuck? And they're like, okay, do you consume, what other thing you consume? And he's like, oh, sparkling water like crazy every day. I drink like 2 liters of sparkling water. He didn't used to touch normal water. He would drink sparkling water. And I'm like, dude, it's literally eating through your stomach, bro. Like, what the fuck? Please stop drinking sparkling water. So he stopped sparkling water, but immediately restarts alcohol, and everything was fine. Turns out that drinking every day wasn't his problem. It was him putting sparkling water in the alcohol that ended up almost killing him. Motherfucking crazy ass fucking highly functioning and very smart alcoholic almost ended up killing himself with sparkling water. Then people ask me why I don't like take a Jack and Coke or some shit.
But they can't do anything. Because the only real thing to do...
Sparkling water sucks.
Though you're just not Chad enough to drink something that burns your mouth, brother. I like to suffer 24/7, brother. I like to suffer nonstop. Even when I hydrate, I want it to be semi-uncomfortable because comfort is for fucking pussy homosexuals.
Would be to say honestly to the people, well, our empire's going down. It's going to be a hard thing. And maybe we all ought to get together to try to get through this difficulty together. Oh, that would be an interesting idea. Would have a name like, I don't know, socialism.
Sparkling water is some Euro shit. I can't wait for you guys to say sparkling water is like petit bourgeois. What's the word? Degeneracy. Fucking Maoists and shit. These particular things I do not understand. They only exist because the petit bourgeois has too much time on their hands. Oh, God. Speaking of stuff that would not exist without the petit bourgeois, advertising. Like the ad that is going to play in exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds. So, just like your local petit bourgeois, shoot your local advertisement for $6 a month for free through Prime or by gifting to those less privileged than you. And for every 10 gifties, I will mutual aid another 5. Because I might love money like the petit bourgeois, but unlike them, I hate ads more. Ad plays in 1 minute and 20. Let's fucking go, baby.
Now, be rational. But we don't live rational. How do you squeeze the mass of people? A lot of ways. It's a little bit like that famous poem, you know, how do I love thee? Let me count the ways. How am I going to screw the working class? Let me count the ways. So for 40 or 50 years, we make sure that unions can't function. They can't do what they were invented to do, help the workers get a better deal. Not going to get that. We're going to demonize unions. We're going to make every union look like it's, you know, that movie On the Waterfront, a bunch of crooks that are grabbing your dues every week, et cetera, et cetera. You've been living your life in that kind of an environment. It's changed the last few years as working people begin to get it. And they are. That's part of what this meeting is a sign of. Beginning. The Starbucks workers are beginning, and the Amazon workers are beginning. The labor movement is kind of coming back to life. But it's coming late in the process of squeezing the working class. Here's another way you squeeze the working class. You have this thing which you say is some kind of mystery. It's called an inflation. So, yeah. What? An inflation sounds like something you do to a balloon.
Also, you even like the proper Marxian analysis of recurring crises in the market economy absolutely stand, but nowadays that for the current stage of capitalism, that analysis is even kind of what term should I use? It's we've grown past it. Because even that analysis implies that after moments of crisis, you restabilize to an extent, even though, you know, in Marxian analysis, like eventually the crisis will be so big where the contradictions are so overflowing that it will lead to revolution. This is a massive oversimplification, but pretty much that. and that those contradictions do not have to co-align with the moments of boom and bust cycles of a capitalist economy. I'm just mentioning that to cover all my bases. But the main thing that I wanted to note is the booms after the busts. Oh, I'm about to bust. Are not as boomy as they used to be before. We don't even get that. We don't even get a slow return to normalcy after economic crises. We either have constant economic crises or the inability to return to normalcy because normalcy is already too full of contradictions. By too full of contradictions, it's not really an acceptable standard of life for the wider population. So we're talking 30s, 40s, shit goes really bad, but for 2-3 years, but goes back to the way it was 4 years ago before the crisis started. Maybe 5% not as good, maybe 10% not as good. Now it's shit, and then we go into a crisis that's even more shit. And what's the best thing that we can hope for? Going back to the less shit? This is due to rising inequality. This is due to falling rate of profit. This is due to cross-imperial capitalist competition, etc., etc. But the main thing, fuck all of that nerd shit. The main thing you need to, that can help your class consciousness and some of your friends' class consciousness grow is the very real truth that the boom and bust analysis, to an extent, is bust, not in a nice way, because there's no booms after the bust. It's bust, 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 in perpetuity and continuity.
What is it inflation? In economics, it just means prices are going up. But now let's be a little bit more careful. If you know anything about the inflation of the last few years, here's a little statistic. The inflation has gone up faster.
Just like me with your mom. Treat her well. She's a nice lady.
Than average wages and salaries of people.
I approve of you.
Okay, now
anyone else is getting fucking banned.
It is very difficult arithmetic. If the money you have to spend, your wages and salaries, are not going up as fast as the prices, there are going to be things you can't afford anymore. Really special, expensive things.
There is no way it actually happened. Look at that. Do you see it? Look at that. The Gulf of Mexico is now the Gulf of America. Do you know how bad this is? What if the French get any ideas and rename the English channel to the French one? Then what? Oh, well, that's a curveball. There is no...
That's funny.
Like eggs. What? But will someone honestly tell you that the inflation is a way of squeezing the...
Your did's still up for grabs? He is. I don't think any of you can handle my dad, though.
You look long and hard. You won't get it. The inflation in eggs is due to bird flu. Huh? What? What? Look, I'm talking to people. I'm not going to be mean, but half of you believe that. And the other half of you think it might be true. Here's what an inflation is.
Is a size queen as well? No, he needs size queens. Jeez, that's weird. What the fuck? I'm done.
It's a decision made by some people to jack up the price you have to pay for the things they can control the prices of. Who sets prices in a capitalist economy? Answer, the employer. Those of you who have had jobs all your life as workers, do you ever recall being called into an office to add your opinion as to what the price should be of what you helped to produce?
Watch Wolff? Have you watched Wolff on Robinson? Yeah, personally, not on stream. I watched it, yeah. Real communists share their... Oh, fucking stop. You're getting weird.
Never happened. The United States Census tells us 3% of Americans are employers. Welcome to the other 97%. That's you and me.
Jeb, you're also becoming very strange, guys. Please chill the fuck out. Thank you.
The employers set the prices. We pay them. When they jack up the price, that's because they want to give us fewer of whatever it is they make for the money we have to give them. It's a
No, it's okay. Don't apologize. It's okay. It's okay. Just, horny jail bonk now.
way of screwing the working class.
And Wolf in the background talking about screwing. This is not helping my case at all.
And that's how it's been used in the last few years. And all these economics professors, including many of mine, and people I know,
Can jack off for a price, absolutely. For 1,000 subs, they'll jack off.
sit around debating, how are we going to control the inflation? What is it? And how does it happen? I sit there, I'm one of their students, and I want to run up there and hit them over the head with a ping pong paddle. What are you doing? What is this noise coming out of your mouth? And then their decision, which really, at this point, I hope I'm getting to you, you're getting upset. Their decision is we're going to deal with it by raising interest rates. Oh, wow, this is wonderful. Who gets screwed when you raise an interest rate? In case you're not rich yourself, I'm going to tell you, it's not rich people. They don't give a flying, whether the interest rate is 2%, 6%. Well, they're rich. That's what it means to be rich. You don't care. But you have to care because it's going to mean that little bit of money at the end of the month that you have to pay on your credit card is going to be bigger than it was before. And everything works like that. The rich don't care. You know what that's like? It's like, I'm going to stick it to you now for a moment, congestion pricing. Oh, good. We have a problem in New York with traffic. This should come as hot news since it's only been true for a century. And we're going to finally do something. Oh, really? Yeah, what? We're going to tax everybody.
Okay, as Wolf sticks it in you, I'll go get a drink. Fuck it. We're pre-drinking, chat. We are pre-drinking. Somebody can readjust the title to Pre-Drinking Friday, bro. Let's fucking go. Let's fall off a chair, lube myself up with all that oil, and scream about Wolf, how he's correct in everything he's saying. Today is a good fucking day.
The same. What? The same. A rich person who will not give a damn, and the poor person for whom this adds up as an extra buck or two every time you do something, if you have to come in and out of Manhattan, etc., etc. Only an American politician who's just seen what inflation has done to people would come up with that solution. And by the way, raising interest rates, because I can see it perked some of your interest, is that the only way to deal with inflation? Of course not. Why did you ever think it? Answer, because that's what you were fed all the time in all the media. The last time the United States had an inflation as bad as the one a couple years ago, right, was back in the late 70s and 80s. We had funded the war in Vietnam by printing a lot of money because otherwise the people would have revolted against it. If you'd said to everybody, we're having a war in Vietnam, it's going to cost every family a couple $1,000 a year. Whip, end of war. So we borrowed. We printed money and we borrowed. And then we had the terrible inflation. And then a conservative Republican president, Richard Nixon, went on the television August 15th, 1971, and said, I'm going to do something about this terrible inflation. Oh, good. There was tremendous suffering in the country and a lot of pressure. And put that together with the problems with the war, he had to do something. So he declared a wage price freeze that day, 15th of August. As of tomorrow morning, he said, this conservative Republican president who became president by...
Zdravo, 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 drugari, drugarice. Okay, we have, cannot show you what it is, but very, very good Balkan bot rakia. It is very good. It is matured grape rakia, yes. Matured grape rakia.
Becoming the champion of anti-communism.
Should be Macedonian, I think.
As of tomorrow morning, he said, any business that raises its prices, we will come for you, we will arrest you, and you go to jail. Guess what?
Oh my God, it's so cold. Vanished. Like, look how fucking insanely cold it is. They can't even hold it. It's that cold. Look how cold it is. It's so fucking cold. To your health, chat. We survived another week, baby. We survived another week. Let's fucking go, baby.
Amazing. Are you surprised? Shouldn't be. Is this a story about how you control inflation? Yeah. Did it work? Yeah. Did it happen in the United States? Yeah. Do you know about it? No. No. And the people at the Federal Reserve who decide interest rates, they made sure not to ask about it, not to talk about it, not to debate it. Let me give you another example.
Yeah, that was homemade. That's not. That is always like I have so much alcohol at home. Fuck. Yeah, that's homemade. That's homemade. They just use this bottle. They just use this bottle of another rakia that I like. That is Bulgarian. Yes, it's Bulgarian apparently. And it was my last one, and I thought, okay, let's try this. And no, somebody just bottled in this bottle. It was literal homemade fucking rat poison. I mean, no, I can drink it. It's just very heavy. The shit that was inside was very heavy. Thank you, Good Riddance USA, and thank you, Barry Balls. Thank you very much, brothers. Indeed, brothers. Cheers, brothers. What is rakia? Rakia is 40 to 60% alcohol made through the fermentation of different fruits, right? That's pretty much it. It is like a fruit vodka on steroids, much, much harsher than a vodka, but also much tastier, right? Smells incredible, tastes incredible. Less woody whiskey, let's call it that.
Because I think I perked some of your interest.
Croatia, no Balkan in general, never like that. This is immediate infighting to death. All of them around the Balkans make very good rakia. They're all slightly different than the other, but it's from the Balkan region. It's not one particular nationality that does it. You will get yourself in a lot of trouble if you try to pinpoint it as having come from one nation and not all the rest of them. Isn't rakia brand? You know, it's very different. It is very different. Good rakia has absolutely no sugar added. Zero sugar added. Nor do you add any like sweeteners. It's just from that particular fruit that you're using. Cheers.
In the early 1940s, the United States decided to enter and fight World War II. And the economists, who, by the way, included a significant number of Marxists and socialists, because in the 1940s, they would be hired by President Roosevelt at the time because they were considered the most reliable anti-Nazis, anti-fascists. So people like Galbraith, whose name you may know, Paul Sweezy, Harry Magdoff, very important people on the left of American economics, were working in Washington. And they went to Roosevelt and they said, okay, you got a problem. You're about to fight a war. You're going to move all these resources, factories, railroads, to work on a war, to supply the army, supply the...
Yeah, that's the joke. Every capitalist country adapts to war communism when there is an active offensive on its own territory, or when it uses a lot of its own manpower abroad.
Navy and fight a war. And those resources are therefore not going to be available to produce food, clothing, shelter, consumer goods. So we're going to have a shortage of consumer goods since we...
That's why, for example, Israel is tends to lose every conflict it finds itself in, because it needs to use the majority of its fucking population as draftees for whatever genocidal conquest that goes on, right? So it completely relies on the United States basically flooding its economy with money and investment. Therefore, Israel losing absolute support from the United States, which I don't think is possible, but let's imagine at one point, would be the only way of dismantling its apartheid system.
Using these resources, a large number of...
Because otherwise, they can afford to keep doing this because they can afford doing stuff that no other nation can afford to do so because they have a blank check from the U.S. to rain down whenever they sneeze.
Them to fight a war. And here's the problem.
Just spoken to Yanis. He's open to a chat. Oh, that's phenomenal. Really? How do I put you guys in contact? Give me his email or this is our email. This is our email. I would love to set something up.
With that, President, if there's a shortage of goods for the mass of people who presumably will still want to...
I texted him via his platform or whatever. So if he searches that email in the inbox or his agents or whatever, they'll find it.
Buy underpants and shoes and coasters and all the other things of life. With a shortage, we got a problem. And then the president said, well, what's our problem? He said, the market system. And the president was confused. I said, I thought we were supposed to be for that. Yeah, but we can't afford it in a war. Why not? They had to explain to him, just like I'm doing now with you. If there's a sudden shortage, then there won't be enough toasters or ice cream cones or fill in the blank.
It's 100% just homemade brandy. Brandy is distilled from a single fruit, so we can have plum rakia, apricot rakia, apple rakia, etc. While moonshine is just anything that will ferment in a single batch. Yes, but the Western definition of brandy includes the adding of sugar, the adding of a lot of sugar, and some like very bad domaćini add sugar, which is not what you're supposed to do. You also add sweeteners and so on. And brandy is always like up to 20% alcohol. I don't know. Like if somebody's only ever tried brandy and you tell them rakia is a brandy, they will have a very bad time. They will have a very bad time. They will fucking pass out because they'll think they can drink it that way. Thank you very much, Dave Legend. Thank you very much for the raid, Dave Legend. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a very nice stream. Everybody, go give Dave, who is a legend, a follow. Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much. I hope you had a great stream, my friend. We're over here watching the good old Reverend Richard Wolff.
Know what happens in a market economy when there's
Give those Raiders some subs. Come on.
scarcity of goods?
Make them feel welcome.
The people with the money offer more. You'll come with your dollar to the ice cream vendor in the
Also, we're drinking, so welcome.
park, and you got your two little kids with you, and you want to buy them an ice cream cone, and you hand him $2 for the 2 cones, and he looks at you and says, I only got 4 cones left. And before you...
Bravo, Jokula, for saving people from the ad that is going to play in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Be like Jokula, and for every 10 gift subs, I will give another 5. The great Jai had against advertising shall be done under the sun of Rakia. We shall all be drunk, running naked in the fields, and screaming ads are for pussy-ass bitches.
You can respond, the person next to you...
Don't call a Jewish man a reverend. Is he Jewish? I didn't fucking know. Well, whatever. It's probably like a Jewish version of reverends or some shit.
Who you can tell by his outfit is much better heeled than you are. Said, I'll offer you 5.
Is there like a... Because in the United States, they take any religion and then they create like, I don't know, 500 different like sub-religions out of it with dudes that are basically call themselves reverend and like... create mega churches. Is there like a version of that with sects of Judaism or sects of Islam, where there's just like a guy that was like, oh, you know, like you got to listen to me about the Torah now, or you got to listen to me about the Quran now. I'm not part of any formal system, but you know, I'm your G now, which is what it feels like a lot of reverends are in the United States. They just have enough money to build a church and say, yo, bro, like I'm an authority on what God thinks. Thank you, Pizza Famine, for the 5 gifties, you fucking legend, which brings us to the beautiful, beautiful 10 gifties. So I might love money, but I hate ads more. Here you go, another 5. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you, my beautiful chatters. Thank you very much, guys. There's a lot of different branches of Islam. No, I know there's a lot of different branches of Christianity, but there are more formal branches like Catholicism, Orthodoxy, the Protestants, etc., etc. But then you go to the United States, and you quite literally have like 50,000 sub-churches that, on average, each have a following of 60 people, right? So does something like that exist for the other Abrahamic religions? Is the question.
$5 for each cone. Guess who gets the cones?
Yaqub came from an American branch of Islam. Holy shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there is American branch of Islam, like Brotherhood of Islam, the other guys. Yeah, there is. Now remember, yeah. Americans, like, can't help, follow, like, a particular international doctrine. They gotta Americanize it in some particular way. Šta это? Home Street. What?
Wonderful, a new child soldier, subscriber.
Šta? What? This shit fell and okay, and hit. Okay, it's crazy. Very not safe. How the fuck was that relevant to anything we were talking about, Chatter? The fuck?
Business.
Knowles formation is a little particular too. It's tied to segregation. Mormons are American Christians. I think it's more of an America thing than a religious thing. It's more of an America thing, absolutely. That's why I'm specifically talking about it as an America thing. Whatever Rabbi Shmuley is on about is the Jewish version of megachurch, I think. Probably. There probably are particular rabbis that like hyper focus on Zionism as their crux of the identity, not the Jewish faith. But again, those will be personal interpretations of the word of the Lord from church to church, but under the greater guidance of the organization. What I'm asking is if there's wacky ass independent sects, which I always find fascinating.
If you have a shortage, a market system is a...
Walking to class with a joint in one hand, cheap coffee in the other, and YugopnikTwitch in my ear. Today is a good day to be a dirtbag leftist. Yeah, bro. Fuck yeah, get in a fight. Get in a fucking fight right now. I'm kidding. Don't. That's very against the OS, actually. No, don't. I was doing a joke.
The system that
Love being fucking dirtbag, bro. Let's fucking go. Be fucking disgusting.
allocates
Cheers to being disgusting.
whatever is scarce to the people with the most money. Those of you who think of yourself as moral or ethical ought to think about why you support a market system that does what I just said. Really? That's what you want? You want to live in an economy?
Yeah, you know what Wolff is doing here? He's calling them cucks. He's like, why do you support an economy that literally cucks you? You work, you get scraps for what you make your boss, and you're like, I love this. Are you a cuck? Are you a cuck? No, are you a cuck? And as we all know, the answer is always like, no, I'm not. I'm eventually going to be the bull. I must survive being a cuck for a while because eventually I'm going to be the one cucking people. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, that sounds exactly like what a cuck would say.
That distributes whatever is scarce to people with the most money? You know what that means? It means that the little bit...
You're a cuck. You just can't say it.
of milk will be purchased at a high price by the nice rich couple who gives it to their cat. But it will not be affordable to the poor couple who needs it for their children. That's how the market works, Jack.
No. Then they're going to tell you that non-pasteurized milk is actually very good. And the big milk lobby doesn't want you to know about it. And then you'll get poisoned, and then you'll die because you don't have free health care. And your child will blame all of that on black people because the lady working at the shop with the non-pasteurized milk happened to be black. And that is America. That is the allegory of the modern state of the United States. What in the five hells of my dick? Horrible things are happening on Italian state-owned news channels. Genuinely, the only normal white people are Slavs. Like I like for real. Like I'm so fucking tired. What the fuck is wrong with Jakub's children?
You're supposed to love the market. You're supposed to believe it's efficient. It never was. That kind of argument is what we in academia call bullshit. But it works. Mr. Trump has become...
Well, but Scandinavians can be okay. They can be okay.
President because he knew that the mass of the American people were being squeezed and that the conventional Republicans and Democrats weren't doing squat about it. And he said, I'm different. Watch me. I'm going to call all Mexicans rapists. I'm going to be outrageous. I'm going to say the things that were quoted earlier. I'm going to be a misogynist, not quietly and under the table, the way it's usually done, but big and loud and open. All about it. Watch me. I'll say all those racist and other things that other...
And I'll create in people's minds the idea that the only reason we're not doing well right now is because we no longer can say things like this. So in my creation of American mythology of what we did to be very, very good, I will define being able to say whatever you want as one of the main factors, while not doing a single thing about the economic factors which impact your life and your children's lives. And you go like, woo! Yeah, man, I'm a fucking idiot. I remember back in the day, I could call my wife a bitch, and shit was fucking good. The economy was fucking great. And then you have a politician that comes and is like, dude, the reason the economy is bad right now is because you can no longer call your wife a bitch. And you're like, yeah, absolutely, that's how the world works. I literally have fucking rats running around in my brain. I am the definition of a chud. And then a guy comes and actually says that type of shit. And you're like, fuck yeah, I'm voting. We're getting better, bro. We're getting better. Like, nobody knows how anything works. And yet, everyone wants to have an opinion on everything. The pinnacle of anti-intellectual petite bourgeois degeneracy. No, for this we need to use the word degeneracy. That is degeneracy. The turning of intellectualism into a purely evil concept in the United States has led us to a society of chuds where nobody knows how anything works, yet they want to have an opinion on everything.
Politicians believe, but no, have learned, don't say that, or at least don't say it in public. And he convinced Americans, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them.
Well, yeah, brother, 300% tariffs and everything, because it sounds badass, brother.
He's different. And when you got two parties that aren't doing anything for you, and you're feeling very squeezed, you give your vote to somebody different. After all, why not?
I have two chatters right now that are talking to each other. One is called We Are So Cooked, and the other one is called Good Riddance USA.
The Democrats had the equivalent. You all know his name.
I think since we grew up in such hyper-political environments, everyone thinks they're politically literate, but haven't even scratched the surface, but carry the confidence that they're likely marks. They do. It's our fault to an extent. The intention was correct, but it was wrong. It was wrong. What am I talking about? We completely destigmatized talking about politics. We completely destigmatized talking about politics. Now we're slowly destigmatizing talking about medicine, talking about biology, talking about chemistry. That's why you have all of these fucking vaccine experts and motherfuckers that are about to like save themselves from cancer by drinking tea and shit, right? That's a slow destigmatization of non-experts talking about a particular topic. But the first thing that got destigmatized is exactly that. Complicated fucking political theory. No knowledge, no right to speak. No knowledge, no right to speak. I mean, you can speak, but if you do not have the knowledge, you do not get to be in a position that decides on this. Okay? State managers of the economy and of the state, need to be educated and have previous experience in smaller projects of managing economies or state segments, aka cities, counties, villages, blah, blah, blah. You might be a brilliant psychiatrist, bro. Good for you. You are not supposed to be my fucking president. A guy building towers and shit is not supposed to be the president of the United States. Bring back a certain dose of intellectualism. I don't fucking care. I die on this fucking hill.
Bernie, he was the different on the other end. The politician who for the first time in half a century...
We're like, oh, everybody is supposed to have an opinion on this. Let's destigmatize talking about politics. And now you have motherfuckers literally making millions off of selling you fucking horseradish, pitching it as a cure to AIDS.
Didn't run away from the name.
Wasn't Tito a door repairman? Yes, different time. And as we developed, obviously some people are incredible talents, but he was for a much shorter period of his time a door repairman, and for the majority of his life he was an actual manager of state affairs. both during the revolution, where he proved himself that he can be the leader of the domestic working class. And that is why he deserved to be the president of the federation for as long as he did.
Socialist. Had he run, he would have picked up that same different, maybe let's go with him. But the Democrats shut down their only chance.
China does this well. I don't really like their party structure, but you get promoted within the party based on your performance in the real world. Yeah. And governance positions are also based on your previous experience of governance.
Look at them. They suffered the results. Mr. Trump, there's no reason for any of us to imagine he's going to change. He's going to be Mr. Different. That's what he does. And you can already see it. You can see it in what he did to Mr. Netanyahu.
Not all stigma is bad, is all that I'm trying to say. Not all stigma is bad. It sounds like a bad word that applies to absolutely everything. But you should get fucking side-eye, critical side-eye, boom, critical side-eye. When I know that you're in IT, right, you're a great programmer, and yet you're going on and on and on and on and on and on about homeless people at me and what the state needs to do about homeless people. And you're using some fucking coding allegories for maximizing the efficiency we can get out of the homeless if we put them in labor camps or some shit. Right? That's what I mean. You should be getting fucking bombastic side eyes, bombaklat, when you're talking about shit you don't understand.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mr. Netanyahu. Your life is...
Like an answer to somebody trying to start up a debate with you on a random night out, we should normalize the answer being quite literally, you do not know enough about this topic. And them saying, how do you know I don't know? And then literally asking them, what do you do? Or what have you studied? Either experience or studies. If you don't have either, it should not be rude to tell them to quite literally fuck off because they shouldn't be speaking about this.
Probably over your career, almost certainly. For those of you who don't understand it, it's again American craziness.
Oh, but that's classic. That's like fucking intellectualist fucking circle jerking. Oh, yes, sure, maybe. I'm okay. I can live with that.
The Israelis made a decision.
I don't run around fucking telling people how to cure cancer or what vaccines do to you or how to make a better optimized engine for motorcycles or some shit. Or how to make a better green salad. I don't. So I will not tolerate you when you get into my shit.
Decision to hitch their...
Of course, this doesn't mean you can't have a conversation and have opinions. But when the situation changes, when you want to convince someone of your opinion, when you're not just sharing your opinion, but you want the other person to accept this particular viewpoint, then you need to shut the fuck up unless you have some actual background in this thing.
Wagon with the United States. They made that decision many years ago. Fateful decision. Good in the short run, a disaster in the long run. And that disaster has now come full circle. They're identified in the whole world as a complicit partner.
This is another core tenet of the newly reestablished dirtbag left. Chat, this is another core tenet. We do not discuss with people. We look at them, we ask them 2 questions, we call them very stupid and not worth our time, and we order another shot of Jaeger, okay? Another aspect of the cunt left. What did I framed it once, because it's like a bit more assholish than just dirtbag.
In what was done in Gaza. The Israelis went into Gaza to defeat and destroy Hamas. Didn't work. To defeat or eject the Palestinian people. Didn't work. And all that happened 2 days ago.
Scumbag left. Thank you, Toasty Android. I love Toasty's the best cop. With pandas, of course. And Ufigi and all of them. I can't pick. It's like they're my children. I cannot pick between my children. Scumbag left. Yes, scumbag left. That's the term.
Was a decision by the United States upon which it depends to cut its relationship with a losing proposition. It's ugly all around. It will not save the United States from being identified as complicit with all that happened there. And the books and articles and documentaries about it will be with us for the next generation.
Who is scumbag left? We are scumbag left. It is, my friends, scumbag left is a new movement. In wider left, we cooperate with everyone. But inside of our small communities, we believe in class consciousness and being a piece of shit because we are tired of being just nice to everybody because that somehow makes us morally superior. We reject liberal morality as an entire concept, and we live it up, as they say, and we apologize for nothing. And that is the scumbag left, my friend, and you are very welcome to join.
Hamas, it will inherit the rage and the fury of 2.5 million residents of Gaza who have watched their mother, their father, their children. The young people that are coming are going to be a much greater danger to Israel than the old Hamas ever was. This is a disaster. And most of the world sees it. That's why the votes in the UN are lopsided. 150 countries on the side of the Palestinians, 25 abstentions of the United States, Israel, and the Canary Islands. I mean, it's silly. It's a silly spectacle, but that's another sign of a country going down. Last example, Ukraine. The problems in Ukraine begin with the dissolution of the Soviet Union back in 1989.
I completely agree with this analysis.
Ukraine, a major part of what used to...
This is the close, like the Soviet Union falling apart, the first, arguably the first internationalist project falling apart, and that leading to the nation states which were born out of the disillusionment of the Soviet Union into interstate conflict over their own particular national interests is the most, dialectical materialism, to sound like a nerd, analysis of the actual situation completely from the background. But then if you really want to go into, what is right, what is wrong, you will always be looking at it from your ideological lens. If you're a herder, America always bad, blah, 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 then, Russia good, Russia fucking awesome. If you're a herder, one country invades other country, always bad, then, you have a whole conversation on who started it, who did this, who did it. It's a whole... Bed Empanada has the best video on... if you really want to do fucking realpolitik, which I never suggest, and if you really want to, pick sides or whatever the fuck, Bed Empanada has the best video on it.
Used to be the Soviet Union, particularly important in...
But us as Marxists, we don't care about choosing sides in any sort of bourgeois conflict of any type, and we feel for the working classes of all the peoples that are interacting in that particular conflict. I mean, no, we do. What the fuck am I talking about? No, Marxists very often do pick sides. But that's at the end of the day a LARP. That's like, who the fuck gives a fuck about what fucking Misha from Poland or George from Wisconsin think about a particular conflict zone? It's a fucking LARP. It's a complete fucking LARP. What we do, though, do as Marxists, we try to find the historical reasons and the material reasons for why a particular conflict has started so that we can avoid that happening again. Just like how we will avoid the ad that is going to play in the next 3 minutes by being like Comrade Wheezy and murdering that fucking advertisement with that 10 gifty subby baby. Thank you very much. Everybody say thank you very much, Wheezy. And here's another 5 from me. I love painting my chat fucking purple, bro. I fucking love seeing those ads bleed out on the street as they're like, no, please don't drop another fucking hard rock off subscriptions on my head. Oh Lord, they are scattered, they are running, and we shall pursue forever until every single chatter one day wakes up and sees an adless Twitch. A beautiful morning of peace and quiet, where it is only your streamer screaming random things into the microphone that you have to listen to, and not product placements. It shall be a great day. And thanks to people like Wheezy, we're slowly getting there. Okay, let's continue.
A new child soldier.
Why did you zero me, bro? Because of the screaming? Yeah.
Grain growing, very, very rich soil, so forth. A lot of finagling of the countries of the West, NATO moving eastward, threatening Russia, and all that. I won't bore you with the rehistory. And then to stop what was happening after NATO took over in Poland, in Czechoslovakia, and all of it, Mr. Putin and the Russians said, no, not Ukraine, not the eastern part of Ukraine, which is majority Russian and Russian-speaking, Russian language, Russian culture, and so on. And the United States says, oh, good, you invaded. That's a bad thing. We can mobilize the whole world around the bad thing of a big country invading a little country. That sounds good. That was already a mistake, because what was Afghanistan? A big country invading a little poor country. What was Vietnam? A big country invading the position of the United States as going to war around the principle of a big country shouldn't invade a little country sounds a little hollow coming from the United States, except, of course, here, where the denial is the governing...
Is the highest, yeah. Literally everywhere outside of the U.S., everybody was like, oh, come on. Like, everybody was obviously like, we're really feeling for the Ukrainian people, as one should, because the suffering is next fucking level shit. Especially for, everybody that's forced onto the front, or even chose to go to the front. But the rhetoric from the United States for everybody was like, dude, that's fucking hilarious, bro. What the fuck?
Spirit of the country. Just like we're going to be denying on Monday the Martin Luther King Association, while we talk endlessly about the Donald Trump Association. So the war. And the United States decides to go in and round up the usual Europeans to go with you. Okay, how do you fight the war? And this goes to something said before, and I want to conclude with. The United States is caught in the decline, discovering that the decline trumps everything else. And I don't mean to be clever by using the word trumps. The nuclear weapons of the United States are useless. The enormity of them, useless. Why? Because if you dared use them in Ukraine, the other side has them too, and will use them. And they've made that quite clear.
Okay, I don't get this point, because yes, but that's the whole point of nukes. They're useless to the Americans and to the Russians and the Chinese too. I mean, they're useless for you, but they're also useless for the other guy.
So you can't, because it's self-destructive. So that's out. Well, what do you have? Conventional warfare. But then you got another problem. The Russians are better equipped for that than you are. The Russians also have a history, in case you're not familiar with it. Napoleon thought he could defeat Russia. He couldn't. Hitler thought he could defeat Russia. He couldn't.
Yes, but right now Russia finds itself in an offensive war, which they all have almost always lost. So, this is...
Invading Russia has turned out to be...
Russians are, just like I argue, most Slavic people, like some of the best fighters on the planet, but when it comes to defensive wars, it's very difficult to motivate Ivan or Boris or Marco to go into another guy's country. But when it comes to defending our fucking villages, it's literally to death.
Or fighting Russia, a really bad idea. But the United States, used to fighting such powerhouses as the poorest countries on earth, Vietnam, Afghanistan, didn't make the adjustment. So it can't fight. It realized that within months. So it came up with the great plan, the genius of Mr. Blinken or Jake Sullivan or other people who I hope whose names mean nothing to you, because they sure mean nothing historically. Here's what they're...
I said before that capitalism is a potential great civilization filter, a suicide pact system that's because it can potentially either eat the entire planet or use endgame weapons, despite how crazy it is. Yes, I agree.
Great strategy was a war of sanctions. Oh, we will get the Russians. We will, I'm now quoting President Biden, reduce the ruble to rubble. Somebody with poetic genius gave him that one. The ruble will become rubble, and Russia will fall to its knees. Wonderful images right up there with Mickey and other mouses in the American consciousness. And they did. They stopped. The Europeans, if you know the story, stopped buying oil and gas from Russia, which is a major export of the Russian economy.
Wolff knows a lot about economies, but pretty weak on geopolitics. Yeah, I agree. Not weak, but very... like lukewarm takes, like not really bringing much to the conversation, like he really did with American reactionary mentality when it comes to its current position in, competing against China, turning into basically cope. Like American reaction is cope. Obviously, it's hyper-focused on disenfranchised ethnic groups, which are then used as a target to, unite everybody against and to call out as the main problem. But that is also coming from from coping that you are no longer most likely going to be the only player on the chessboard in the next 20 to 50 years. That was really good analysis. But now this is like reading a very typical thread on X by a Marxist-Leninist. It's very, very, very typical.
That would cripple Russia.
Not bad, not good. Just it's a take.
That was the idea. Problem. Russia is part of the BRICS. And the Russians went to the Chinese and the Indians and said, they won't buy our oil and gas, so we need to sell the oil and gas.
Yeah, they ended up restructuring them. That is correct. That is a good take. That is correct. Currently, for the average Russian, obviously what is happening is not good. Bank loans, I think, in Russia, like Russians in chat tell me, I think it's like 30-40% mortgages. It's insane. I think like a good mortgage in Russia is like 18-19% interest. But long term, the countries will become more independent because of the place they find themselves in. Just the pro-Russia crowd, what I feel like is missing in this conversation, which is a correct take. It's a correct take, don't get me wrong. But Europe is also becoming more independent from Russia and more dependent on the United States, which isn't that, if you were Russia, something you would not want? They're like, the Germans, yes, no longer use Russian gas, and they're being cucked by the Americans because the Americans are selling gas to them at a premium, but that is also making them more dependent than the Russians. Yes, now the Russians are less dependent on European customers for their gas because they can sell to the Chinese and to the Indians and even further, but it's happening that way in reverse as well from the other side. It's always a little bit more complicated.
How about you?
American LNG instead of Russian gas, exactly. He may not be the best socialist explainer, but he does bring in the baby socialists who can help later. No, dude, he does a brilliant fucking job bringing in socialists. Wolff is a fucking great comrade. Like, he does a really, really good job. For his place in the pipeline, he is absolutely amazing. Number one, he's an academic. Number two, he's an elderly, wise, clean-looking gentleman. And number three, he really knows how to touch that working class itch that a lot of working American people feel, right? Do you think Slovakia will really distance itself from the EU and NATO due to the Russian gas situation and other economic sanctions? It doesn't have the power to fully distance themselves. They will not be allowed to, either by the domestic population when money starts going down the tube, or quite literally they will be called up on the phone and told what to do.
You buy.
So yeah, I don't think so.
Our oil and gas. Done, said Mr. Modi. Done.
It's going to be like it's the same like Hungary or Serbia, which is not in the European Union, but still. They're trying. They're playing both sides. They're not distancing themselves from anything. They're just playing both sides.
So Xi Jinping, and thereby the American strategy went, along with everything else, into the toilet.
That is the irony. I don't know who said it. Oh yes, I said it. The irony of modern European nationalism is hitting yourself in the chest and saying that you do not want to be a pawn of the European Union. And as you're saying that you prefer another boss, which in this case is Russia. And vice versa, hitting yourself in the chest and saying that you do not want to be Russia's pawn as you become America's pawn. European nationalists are, if I was a right-winger, the greatest meme that currently exists. Basically, I'm saying that the European nationalists, ironically, don't really exist. Even though, the AFD is growing, these guys are growing, those guys are growing, over in Sweden, over. Yeah, but these guys believe in no fucking sovereignty whatsoever. European nationalists is just a form of an exported American chud. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, I prefer licking the boot of this large country. No. You are a self-hating piece of shit. You should prefer another boot. Herder. The European Union has absolutely no independence whatsoever. And the irony to the criticism of European independence usually comes from people that just want the union to be dependent on another group. It's
work. Total fail. Russian rubles, fine. Russian economy, in case you don't know, has grown
the
faster.
Nationalists right in Latin America are all pro-U.S. cucks who don't want sovereignty. That is on steroids, yeah. That like in Latin America, it's holy shit. Holy shit! It's incredible.
Over the last 2 years.
Serbian nationalists are way more of a meme. They support every socialist country in the world because they are brothers, but hate the commies. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they like China, right? But what other? They like Cuba. Yeah, it's very crazy. Serbian nationalists will literally say like Fidel Castro is a fucking hero, Che Guevara is a fucking hero, Mao Zedong is a fucking hero. You ask them about Tito or Lenin, and they're like, they want to stab you with a knife. like, what the fuck? Those are commies. And you're like, but the other ones are commies. You're like, yeah, but they were like, I don't know. They don't even know how to answer it. They're very confusing.
Than the American economy has, which should surprise no one. Because remember how we as a nation got out of difficult economic times known as the Great Depression? We went to war in World War II. We took half our unemployed people and put them in uniform, and we took the other half of the unemployed and gave them jobs, making a uniform. And that's how that's how we did it. Turns out war can help solve economic problems. We should have known, because that's what we...
But unfortunately, it no longer does. At least not on the same extent as it did before. So it's not really an option anymore. I guess falling rate of profit also applies to even to the cheat codes, which used to be war.
We did, but we couldn't imagine it. These failures of imagination, these are the signs of economic powerful decline.
Slavic anti-communism is very confusing. It is. It is. It's more understandable for people like from your country, Top G. Like you're from Poland, from what you said, from Romania, from Bulgaria. I get it. Like it wasn't good. That's not like teacher. It wasn't good. Is it an excuse for you not to educate yourself on the topic? And maybe, probably not. But I get it. But when it's, people from other past socialist experiments, it's very cringe. It's ahistorical.
So if you really want to understand...
So it's also very cringe to just say that everything was perfect and dandelions were growing in the open fields and we all danced together and life was beautiful, blah, 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 like it was 10 out of 10, there were no problems. You're also a fucking idiot. But then the biggest idiot that you can be is thinking that it can be absolutely perfect. That's a special class of... They're kind of the saddest because I like them. I really like idealists. I really, really like idealists. Maybe because I used to be one. It's still beautiful to like. I like it, like the innocence they have in their heart. It's really nice, and I want them to preserve it for as long as they can. That's why I don't really like. I don't attack them. I I just let them eventually come to similar conclusions. It's kind of nice, That's I don't know. Some people in chat like to use that term, like socialist kiddies, like socialist kids, like baby leftists. That's the term. I love baby leftists. It's so nice. They're so nice. The biggest idiot is the one thinking there are no ads at the top and bottom of the hour on the Yugopnik stream. So subscribe. No ads on Yugopnik stream. Be like Maltese leftists. Save yourself from the goddamn advertising as the sun goes down around us on this beautiful day of Friday. The Lord cameth to the people and said, no addeth shall be given to you. For $6. Or free through Prime, or for everything gift subs, I give 5 indeed.
And
man, I got a lot of 10 out of 10s for this one. Thank you, Maltese leftist, you fucking savior.
where we are, it doesn't depend on anything Mr. Trump does. That's the important thing to understand. Don't get caught up in that. Mr. Biden's influence on the economic conditions of our society are marginal. Mr. Trump's at his first presidency were marginal. Most of the things he boasted about, he couldn't do. He built a wall, along the Mexican border. More Mexicans came.
American leftists just have an unhealthy dose of Western chauvinism. Every existing socialist state did it wrong, but they know the true path. It's ridiculous. Yes, but with Americans, there is a very particular terminology, because when it comes to Yanks, this arguably does not exist anywhere else in the world. Maybe to an extent it existed back in the Roman Empire, and maybe during the peak of the British Empire, but I don't think it did with the Brits, at least in my historical education. The Brits kind of accepted their role as, they said, we conquer because we can, not because we are special. Well, Americans really think they're special. Romans, ancient Greeks as well, really thought they were special, because of their way of life. That is why they deserve the place that they find themselves in, etc., etc. The Brits were more, obviously this is not an excuse for them or a positive thing, but at least it was more honest imperialism, right? Where the American does not want to admit to himself that he is doing imperialism, therefore he has to lie to himself that he is helping. Modern Brits that want to excuse British imperialism try to say, we're bringing civilization, we're helping. Most proper, British imperialists were like, no. They have tasty food, we do not. Villages will burn. But addressing your point, which was a very good point, American exceptionalism is a very new and potent, specifically American problem. Because it is chauvinism that does not know it is chauvinism. It is orientalization of the other without knowing that it is. It is unironically, you know what American exceptionalism is? It's woke racism. American exceptionalism is woke racism. It's maneuvering your way through weird-ass fucking logic in order for you to feel good about treating someone else or a whole people as a lesser. That's a good summary. It is, isn't it? Thank you, Donkey1205, for the 2 months. Thank you very much, my beautiful child soldier. Let's go. Jisrael is back on the map, and the British Isles shall be taken over for the Gooners. Remember when we were doing that? Every fucking time somebody would subscribe. Jesus Christ, those were terrifying times.
Not fewer.
What happened to Jisrael?
That was 100.
Isn't that just Orientalism? It is Orientalism, but it is on steroids, because normal Orientalism is a Bosnian looking at a Turk and a German and saying, he's self-orientalizing and saying, obviously I'm not as civilized and beautiful and advanced as the German, but at least I'm not a fucking Turk, okay? Orientalization goes both ways, except when it comes to the United States. The United States does not self-orientalize against absolutely anybody else. The United States defines itself as the peak on the hierarchy. And the crazy thing is that it inspired its population to also think that life is not better anywhere else, that culture is not more advanced anywhere else, that infrastructure, that relationships, that the way of life, that happiness, that everything is peaked out in the United States and cannot exist anywhere else, including in the countries that they're not necessarily orientalizing, even though Americans orientalize even Western Europeans to an extent, the fetishization of Europe, blah, blah, blah. So because they think that they are the peak civilization, it's orientalization on steroids. It's extreme form manifested, because they think that they've got it all figured out. They don't talk to anybody about an alternative because everybody else is struggling, but they have it all figured out. That's why specifically American exceptionalism is so interesting to me, because it's just all of it on steroids. Thank you, Gabriel. As a Brit, I have to say this society is not bothered that the empire is gone, nor do they have any chauvinism about themselves. Hell, they have 2 books called Shittest Town in Britain, but they have some kind of background conservatism that links back to the imperial past. Yeah, for sure. What does self-orientalization mean? And what I said previously, for example, you said you're Ukrainian, right? For example, you probably talk to a lot of Ukrainians that think that the Western way of life is superior because of some inherent civilizational factor that the Brits or the French have that you just culturally don't have, or in very fucked up circumstances genetically. But usually they're talking about culture and a way of life type of conversations. So that is self-orientalization, saying that, hey, we Ukrainians will never be able to live like the Germans or the French because we just don't have it in us. We don't have it in us. We're more barbarian than they are. We're more prone to corruption, more prone to violence. We're all fucking dirty Yugopniks, etc., etc. That's why. That's self-orientalization. But then in order for you to feel not as bad about yourself as you can, you point at somebody further to the east. And for example, with Ukrainians, in this context, unfortunately, it's fucked up. But let's say before the war, you would point to the Russians and you would say, we might not be as European as the Europeans, but look at those, Asiatic hordes over there. So you orientalize them as being more civilized, more Western. What does Yugopnik mean actually? Is a pejorative or just a word? It depends on how you take it, bro. I don't take it as a pejorative, but some people might. As an American, I can confirm this. I was lucky to break out of that way of thinking. It's very difficult, and I'm always very impressed with Americans that manage to break out of it. It is. I probably wouldn't be able to. As an American. That's why I always really appreciate American socialists, because it is the one country on the planet where it is the most difficult to become a socialist. And that is another hill today. I'm spraying hot takes like crazy that I'm willing to die on. That's why I really love and appreciate American communists. Because if you can be a commie in the States, you can be a commie anywhere. It really is impressive. There is still a sense of inherent superiority in many European countries, even without any reason. Of course. This is left over from old empire. And it's not even in European countries, bro. Do you think motherfuckers ain't racist in Asia about whoever is east to them? You think motherfuckers in Asian countries don't think that there's a guy over there that's more barbaric? Or in Africa, or in South America? It's fucking everywhere. That's why orientalization is that insane. But all nations also self-orientalize, except the Americans and maybe sometimes Brits. But, Gabriel gave a really good point, so I think maybe they also started doing it to themselves, especially when they contrast themselves to the Americans. American commies love you too. Oh, baby. Well, but yeah. Innate sense of social justice, this comes as a side effect of my ADHD, makes it a little easier to be a socialist in America. Yeah, you're doing the best you can with the cards you've been dealt, my friend. Let's continue with our old man. I'm just now realizing this whole stream is us watching Dr. Wolff. Holy shit, this is such a nerd fucking experience.
100% bust. Right? Now he's proposing, as you probably know, and as I heard as I was coming over here.
Can't wait to find aliens so we can be racist to them instead. It is very nice to see that Yugopnik theory is actually being read up on, like by pandas. That's very good. The future is eternal war against alien dogs. Xenons deserve eternal fire. Homo sapiens reign supreme. As we all know, in order to have class consciousness, you need to have class, and you need to be a fucking human, motherfucker. I ain't fighting for the no proletarian classes of no fucking Martian motherfucker. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit.
Today, that ICE is going to be raiding cities across America and throwing people into Mexico. Yeah, he made.
Oh shit, we have a new TikTok? Lele, što mi nisi to dao, Lele? Lele, do you speak Serbo-Croatian? Because Lele is like a very, like a specific thing that, you know, people from ex-Yugoslavia and Bulgaria and even sometimes Greece say.
So good to finally get you on the show.
Thank you, it's so good.
Oh, it is the salesman. It is the awfully Slavic salesman of teeth.
So in this universe, for those who do not know, you basically can get high from snorting teeth. And why are there so many teeth? Because this is the post-apocalypse, and there's a lot of fucking dead humans, bro. So a lot of their teeth are left over because, you know, flesh rots, teeth remain forever. Invest in your teeth.
So good.
Do you want to have like fucking fucked up crooked teeth when they dig you up one day? I have pretty crooked teeth, by the way. I fucking love them. I don't give a shit.
Finally get you on the show.
Thank you. It's so good to be here. You know, it's funny. I was thinking about this the other day. If you don't pay me what you owe me, I'm going to remove the life from your body.
Chat when they give me 10 gifties and I don't give 5 back. Chat when they give me 10 gifties and I don't give 5 back. Let's switch it again.
So good to finally get you on the show.
Thank you. It's so good to be here. You know, it's funny. I was thinking about this the other day. If you don't pay me what you owe me, I'm going to remove the life from your body.
Literally Jokula with the fucking $2 subs fucking me up economically.
Hey, come on, Yerk. That's uncalled for.
I'm kidding.
You know I'm good for it.
I gave you teeth. You did not pay me. What do you think this is, health care for you?
No, what? I don't care about health. I'm just light right now. That's all.
Oh, you're light. Like the little feather of the morning dove. I could drop you from the tallest roof and you'll just lightly float on down, landing like a tired youngling, slowly resting their head to sleep in their soft crib.
That's so poetically aggressive.
You need to pay me.
Look, Unanswered Oddities hasn't been doing too hot, but the show is about to get renewed for next season, and I should get in advance. Then I'll get you paid, and we'll laugh about this.
But he has TikTok. Doesn't he make money from TikTok? Like, he has TikTok. Why is he always referring to Unanswered Oddities? Maybe he invested all his money from TikTok into Unanswered Oddities.
I have never laughed.
That's super interesting. Let's talk about...
I'm too high and drunk for this.
About that. We've got a lot of topics to cover today. The Valley Phantom, the benefits of horse spit.
I wink at your horse spit.
Come on, Yerk. What about the power of love? I thought we were like family.
Tiggy, you know that I love you like a brother that I sell drugs to, but I also love getting paid. And so does my employer.
This is so well written! It is so well written!
And Barco will not be as nice as I am.
You
also, okay, so we're getting new lore. The big drug kingpin is called Barco.
Or a nice guy, though, Yerk. Don't forget that.
I am going to tell you a story.
Please, anything other than...
TikTok was banned? That's why, but he's still recording it, so it's not banned. I'm neither high nor drunk enough for this. Oh.
You asking me to pay you?
When I was littler, I had to put an end to my own father.
You mean...
The Big Nap.
But why?
Because he got upset that I put an end to my mother. And there you have it.
That's the story?
Well, the long person, yes. The point is, do not make me treat you like my mama and papa.
Okay. I've got a sponsor. That'll cover some of what I owe you. I just got to do the ad read.
Well, why didn't you say that from the start? Do the ad read to get me paid.
Okay, let's see here. TikTok is brought to you by...
No ads, which you can also have for $6 a month of a free through Prime or by gifting to those less privileged than you. And for every 10, I give another 5. Tiggy agrees. Ads are bad.
Punk Gordo's Tooth Booth.
You bastard.
Dude, this would have been so cool if it was an actual ad from IRL. That would have been very cool. I would Holy fuck. What if I spend like my whole month's earnings on a social experiment that would yield no money whatsoever? What if I hit up NeuralViz and literally be like, yo, I'll give you everything I just made on Twitch this month, and I will literally just eat expired chicken pasteta for a month, and you actually do a plug for my stream on Tiggy Talk. He moved to Monolith Gonshu. It's funny. It's funny. Sounds fucking amazing. Yeah, sounds like I'm not eating anything for a month. That's what it sounds like, but it would be a very edgy joke. Oh, thank you, Sejong Sim, for the 5 gifties, baby. Thank you very much, Sejong Sim. I love the Sims and I love Sejong. Let's fucking go, baby. Thank you very much. Am I supposed to know who Sejong is? Let's see who Sejong is. Sejong, or is that a city? Sejong. Oh, I know who Sejong is. Yeah, I know who. Is it this lady? Is this lady? Oh yeah, no, dude. I have so many followers on X that have a picture of this lady as their profile picture. What do you call that? Like people with pictures of this lady as their profile picture? It feels great spending someone else's money. It does. Thank you very much for the 5. Now we're 5 away from another 5 from me. So if you want me to go bankrupt, just like Tiggy, do consider becoming a sub, because then I spend more money, which is like literal suicide.
Some of that.
You know who else didn't eat for a month? Jesus. If he can do it.
Maybe he'll do a lot.
Circa 1957, Mother Teresa spending the 10 million she was given in an impoverished Indian village. But Mother Teresa, didn't they give you money to like give us food and heal us? No, I will sit over you and pray. If Jesus could have starved, so can you. By the way, I won't even sit over you and pray unless you convert to Christianity. I got a Nobel Peace Prize for this. I sat over people and prayed as they gave me tens of millions of dollars. And actually, the documentary that's about how I'm kind of a fucked up person really hyper-focuses almost exclusively on me being tolerant of Enver Hoxha as my biggest sin, and not me literally taking hundreds of millions of dollars to basically buy up buildings in which sick people would sit, and then nuns would just pray over them while the people that gave money thought that I was building fucking hospitals.
Out of it.
I know. It was very shocking for me as well when I heard this about Mother Teresa for the first time.
Who knows? He doesn't know. He talks however he feels, moment to moment, like certain jerks we all know, right? So what difference does it make? If he actually does it, if he actually takes the 10 to 15 undocumented immigrants in the United States and puts them into Mexico, we're going to have meetings like this, only it's going to be about Mexico. Mexico lives off the remittances, the money earned by Mexican...
Not the whole country, dude. Come the fuck on. A very decent population, a lot of families live off of it. Not the whole country.
People here that they're sending back to their mother, their father, their children, back home. And that flow of money is an absolute blessing to Mexico. It doesn't have to sell anything. It doesn't have to export anything. It just gets the money shipped by its expatriates here.
Yeah, but come on, my love. Not all of it, bro. If there's 50 million illegal immigrants in the United States, then sure. Let's say 10 million of those are still okay with their families. So yes, it's 10 million families. That's a lot of people, but that's far from the whole country. It's a big country.
Imagine that suddenly gets stopped because they're not here anymore. They lost their job and they were deported back to Mexico. But it gets worse.
Though it would be an impact. It would be an impact. I haven't thought about this.
They're arriving in Mexico at a time when Mr. Trump is threatening them or hitting them with tariffs, which is killing the market Mexico had in the United States.
Holy shit, chat, it's Friday. We're getting fucked up today, chat. We're going out. We're fucking having fucking things here.
Its biggest buyer of its output, including many automobiles made by Ford and General Motors in Mexico for export here. Those goods are not going to be able to come in here without a tariff, which means we're not going to be buying them, which means the Mexicans are going to be laying people off. When the money from remittances isn't coming and the millions are coming looking for the work that will not be there. You know what that's going to make out of Mexico? A disaster that's going to remind everyone else of the sad country of Haiti. A disaster of gangs and police. American tourism there, bye-bye. That
you guys think you'll get away with it without designating cartels as terrorist organizations and having an open war in Mexico? You think that will never happen? Woo! Maybe not too soon, but oh, I love whatever planet you fucking live on. Not Wolf, but some people in chat. If you think that at some point at no point in the next 100 years there will be officially deployed U.S. troops in Mexican territory, I have a bridge in San Francisco to sell you. That's number one. Number two, there already are a shit ton of fucking covert ops all over Mexico. It's mapping the living shit out of every single rock in that country.
That's the kind of chaos that's coming out of the denial. The war in Ukraine is lost because the Russians can fight forever. And for those of you who pay attention, you may have noticed, you should have, that the Russian army is many, many miles into Ukraine. It's very clear who's winning and very clear who's losing.
It's not, but okay.
Except here. So my parting final words, most of what's about to happen is not about Mr. Trump or what he does or doesn't do. His capacity for saying one thing and doing another is already legendary. You don't need me to remind you of it. But whatever he in fact...
Lol, isn't that just next week? Imagine next week invasion. Let's go. What the fuck? Oh no, it's AI. Dude, I hate AI so much. I just googled Sicario, wanted to play some cool clips from Sicario. And there's the Sicario 3 2025 first trailer. And it's just AI generated. And it's got 400,000 views. God. What's your favorite Sicario scene?
That does is marginal. Most of what is going to happen to you and me is going to depend on two things.
This is literally, though the narco cartels will adapt to the warfare so fucking fast. And if you think that Islamist extremists could hit core America hard, I'm talking about those that utilize terrorist actions, you have no idea what the cartels will fucking do to American civilians in America proper if a war was ever to actually erupt. Not only that, but, narco cartels have much better logistics than anybody that they've fought in the Middle East, simply because they do not have any feelings of patriotism or ideology above the fucking good old US dollar. So they will literally just migrate their operation to Colombia. So if anybody's actually moving into Mexico at the pretense of destroying narco cartels, which are terrorizing our neighborhoods and drugging our kids, it's just like literally the same rate of propaganda as WMDs in Iraq. If any of you believe that shit, it's wild. Cartels literally offer insurance for drug smuggling routes to Europe. They're very organized for sure. They are insanely organized. Some people even say that cartels are bigger than the oil industry, but I don't know. I'm skeptical. But yeah, let's watch a scene. Let's watch a scene from the future. This is 2037, the second Mexican-American War. Here you can see the classical American way of waging war. Bigger toys, quite literally bigger toys.
What are you doing? Matt! You're fucking up! She said spotless!
Fuck them all. Go into witness protection.
2047, the second American-U.S. war. Yeah, that's why I don't know. I really fuck with Sicario. I can't believe the same guy that wrote shit like Yellowstone or Lioness is the same one that wrote Sicario. It's genuinely unbelievable. It's genuinely unbelievable.
Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt is introducing a first-of-its-kind resolution calling on Panama to cut ties with Hong Kong-based companies that run several ports in the Panama Canal. It also proposes a U.S.-Panama task force for...
America indirectly admitting that Hong Kong is China by making them cut with Hong Kong companies. America secretly agreeing that Singapore is China by cutting TikTok. Oh.
Now,
by the way, they really altered the TikTok algorithm. I don't know if you've noticed if you use TikTok. Like, they really fucked with the TikTok algorithm. You don't, like, I borderline don't see anything from Palestine anymore.
Security and operational management, and comes as President Trump continues the push to take it back.
The most expensive thing relative...
Play this incredibly relevant message from the 80s. I love the 80s. Are they going to teach us how to do coke off of sex workers' asses? No.
By the way, if anyone here is in advertising or marketing, kill yourself.
Yo, yo, yo. I no longer am. There you go. I saved my soul. Thank you. This is a video about why you should become a subscriber in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds to avoid the ad that is going to play in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Or to Gifty, and for every 10 Gifties, I give another 5.
Just a little thought. I'm just trying to plant seeds. Maybe one day they'll take root. I don't know. You try. You do what you can. Kill yourselves. Seriously, though.
I don't know. TOS. I don't agree.
No, really. There's no rationalization for what you do, and you are Satan's little helpers. Okay? Kill yourself.
Agreed.
Seriously.
Agreed.
You're the ruiner of all things.
No, nobody should kill themselves.
Things good. Seriously. No, this is not a joke. He's going to be a joke coming. There's no fucking joke coming. You are Satan's spawn, filling the world with bile and garbage. You are fucked, and you are fucking us. Kill yourself. It's the only way to save your fucking soul. Kill yourself.
Loud Frau agrees with the eternal jihad against advertising. Thank you very much for the 5 Gifties. Thank you very much.
Plant seeds.
But hey, you can become a commie out of advertising like myself. Come on. Don't kill yourself. Kill your dream of doing advertising for the rest of your life. That's what you should kill. Your dream of thinking that doing advertising is a legitimate career where you explore your creativity, etc., etc. That's arguably the most fucked up aspect of working in marketing or advertising, but advertising more specifically, because marketing is usually in-house in the corporation. So it's a bunch of corporate heads that are like, yo, bro, I want to fucking make some bread, bro. Like, what the fuck? But guys working in actual ad agencies, it's much worse, dude. It's much worse because the guys working in ad agencies, they think they're artists. They think they're producers. They think they're directors. They think they're writers. They think they're producing something that like contributes to society somewhat because it has, I don't know, basic cinematography applied, or it has a funny joke as it plays. It is exceptionally unnerving. They think they're hot shit. They really think they're hot shit, right? They think they fucking got it all fit. Like they found a way to be artists and make good money, which is additionally fucked because they usually don't even make good money. I don't know what people working for ad agencies make over in the good old West, but here not really. Though the whole the shtick is if you want to make good money in marketing, you struggle for a couple of years in an ad agency. They pay you fucking shit. But then with ad agency experience, you go to any in-house marketing department, and it'll pay you really well. You'll jump a few steps above immediately because they're like, oh my God, this artist is coming from the ad agency. Yeah.
I know all the marketing people are going, he's just doing a joke. There's no joke here whatsoever. Suck a tailpipe, fucking hang yourself, borrow a gun from a yank friend. I don't care how you do it. Rid the world of your evil fucking machinations. Whatever, you know what I mean. I know what all the marketing people are thinking right now, too. Oh, you know what Bill's doing? He's going for that anti-marketing dollar. That's a good market. He's very smart.
That is okay. That is really funny, and that is completely true. And this man has definitely worked in marketing. Holy fucking shit! Holy fucking shit! When you really think about it, just listen to this. What the fuck? Where's my fucking thing, bro? When you really think about it, when I say I hate ads, and you should subscribe to avoid the ad that is going to play in 1 minute and 30 seconds, which is also the case right now. I am basically offering you hatred of ads as a product or service. I'm shooting my career in the face right now, like literally. I'm like telling you how hypocritical basically it is for me to call out ads as I am advertising on the product/service of not watching ads by telling you that for $6 a month or for free through Prime, you can avoid an ad. So basically my pitch against ads is an ad. My pitch against ads, my dear friends, is an ad. This feels like the kind of thing that only someone who has worked in marketing would say. Exactly. And Beer Chicken, very strange moment to give me a sub, but absolutely, thank you for the 4 months. It's kind of wacky. It's kind of wacky. I escaped working in advertising in a very large, very successful corporation that has paid me much more than I currently make on Twitch. Because I was like, I need to escape working in this industry, at least in the sector of advertising. And now the main way I make money is reminding you that for a certain amount of money, you don't have to watch an ad. It's pathetic. Like, they pull you back in. They pull you back in. The second you thought you were out, they pull me back in. It's making me reconsider career choices. I'm not even kidding. Like, I thought I was escaping the big bad evil, and yet I'm here contributing to the big bad evil. Because I'm basically like advertising Twitch to you. I'm advertising a more financially stable method of increasing revenue for Twitch by telling you, yo, be a subscriber instead of an ad watcher. Crazy. Crazy. But no, that's the beauty and disgust of the capitalist system. It commodifies everything. It has commodified me, a man spending literally his time and risking his entire future career out here in a fucking tracksuit and a mask. You think I don't fucking recognize what I'm doing as being a bit fucking over the top. I know. And it's made it into a product/service. I mean, respect your enemy, I guess. That shit is impressive. That shit is impressive. But it is also the rope they sell us to hang them with. Metaphorically, Twitch, of course. One perspective would be the system is commodifying revolutionary education. But another perspective is the system is financially encouraging revolutionary education. Depends on the perspective. Anyways, more about the guy that tells you to kill yourself.
Oh man, I am not doing that. You fucking evil scumbags. Oh, you know what Bill's doing now? He's going for the righteous indignation dollar.
Thank you very much, Cynical, for your 11th gift sub. Thank you very much, my friend. That's very kind of you.
That's a big dollar.
And also very ironic, as I previously said.
A lot of people are feeling that indignation. We've done research. Huge market. He's doing a good thing. God damn it.
Dude, I can't believe this man made this in... What year is this in? Somebody said 70s or 80s. Somebody says 80s. So ahead of his time. What's his name? Bill Hicks. I love this hick, man.
I'm not doing that, you scumbags. Quit putting a goddamn dollar sign on every fucking thing on this planet. Ooh, the anger dollar. Huge. Huge in times of recession. Giant market. Bill's very bright to do that. God, I'm just caught in a fucking web. Ooh,
I know Means TV is popping off right now. Do you think they'll expand to streaming too? Next week, expect an actual referral link for YugopnikTwitch. And we will be watching a lot of videos on Means TV, actually. So, first actual sponsor of the show, incoming.
Trapped dollar.
And it's a really good sponsor because it's not a disgusting fucking corporation. It's an actual cooperative. So, I'm really looking forward to that. So, if you haven't signed up to Means TV yet, don't. Wait until next week and use my sweet, sweet referral link, baby.
Big dollar, huge dollar. Good market. Look at our research. We see that many people feel trapped. If we play to them and separate them into the trapped dollar, how do you live like that? I bet you sleep like fucking babies at night, don't you? What'd you do tonight, honey? Oh, we made arsenic childhood food now. Good night. Yeah, we just said, is your baby really too loud? Yeah, the mums will love it. Yeah. Sleep like fucking children, don't you? This is your world, isn't it?
Really good stand-up. Exceptionally good stand-up. What the fuck is this chud saying? Oh my god, look at this. Oh, I can't wait for the fucking chud cope. This video is saying, Joe on people thinking Elon Musk did a Nazi salute. The guy that said that he agrees with every talking point of white supremacists. The guy that gave hundreds of millions of dollars, like tens of millions of dollars to a right-wing party candidate. The guy that was raised in an apartheid regime. The guy that literally flirts with a German fascist party. Definitely didn't Zeke Heil. I can't believe I just saw this. This is from what? From one day ago? Okay, let's. Oh, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be very bad. Oh, this is gonna be very bad.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Oh God, fuck.
You know what I found out last night?
What?
My friend Kurt Metzger told me this. We were talking about the Elon gaffe,
where he's like, my heart goes out to you.
So
Like, hey.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a gap.
Don't do that, though.
That's the perfect
Oh
example.
yeah. My friend is R-worded. That's why he did it. This is literally just straight up utilizing very proper anti-ableism fucking rhetoric to allow a Nazi to do what a fucking Nazi is. Dude, under current definitions of what is ableist or not, we can probably say that Adolf Hitler was this or that. Like, oh, he had fucking OCD or some shit. Like, he had bipolar disorder or some shit. Even if he did, I don't give a fuck, bro. Motherfucker's a Nazi, just like this fucking cunt.
Example of when you see a story, you believe it's true. If you believe he's a Nazi, you're going to see him do a silly hand gesture and see that as that.
Well, he's saying
Great argument. People that see a thing with their eyes, believing the thing they just saw with their eyes is true, is actually strange and biased. I, on the other hand, a Joe Rogan guest, will see a thing with my eyes and not believe it to be true, and I say I am not biased. Chat, it's biased to believe your eyes. It is very biased to believe your eyes. Not believing your eyes, though, that is scientific. Okay? Elon, he is genius, superhuman, that will take us to Mars, but he also does not know what a Nazi gesture is. Absolutely. As an autist myself, I have the exact same sentiment. Right? Thank you, Jeb. But they calling him disabled, doesn't that contradict with meritocracy that the same people believe in? Yeah. Any times you apply modern psychological definitions to historical figures, you are projecting ideology. You are. Just Googled it. Bill Hicks died in February 94. And rewatching this stuff, he was so far ahead of his time. Almost everything he says in his stand-ups is still relevant. He's a pioneer of stating the truth bluntly to Americans as comedy. Yeah, I'm going to check out a lot more of his work. Thank you very much for the Bill Hicks.
Heart goes out to you. But that is how the Nazis did it.
Yeah.
But this is the thing.
The thing we saw.
What I found out.
The thing we saw looked exactly as what it is. But like, that's just your opinion, bro.
Last night. That's also how they used to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, really?
The Pledge of Allegiance used to be done like this until the Nazis came along. And then we switched it to this. Your hand over your heart. So we cut out that part.
There's going to be a screen grab of you.
Well, there's already a screen grab. This is what's funny.
We used to hang black people and call them N-words in the past. And we no longer do it. So if somebody hangs a black person or calls them the N-word now, we will not use the argument that back in the day it was okay to say the N-word.
Wonderful. A new child soldier. Subscriber.
The big reaction about somebody saying it today. That is the argument. That is the argument. That is literally the argument. We used to raise our hand like this back in the day. And him doing it now, oh, big deal. We used to do it back in the day. Thank you, Slay Go Bunny. Thank you for the 6 months. Keep slaying, you beautiful cat. Except that people do use that argument. Yeah, that's the fucked up part. Well, if you do the second thing, then destiny will come to defend you, though. Back in the day, we were all peasants under a feudal lord. Does this mean it's okay to do that now? Absolutely.
CNN, during the COVID times in particular, whenever I get in trouble, the
guy literally, he has nothing to talk about anymore. Who the fuck watches this guy? He has nothing to talk. He just constantly references COVID times. The COVID time. He's stuck in COVID times in perpetuity. Guess that's what happens when you take fucking medicine intended for moose horsecock alleviation. It does this to your brain. It fucking landlocks you in a particular time loop, bro.
photo they would use of me was me at the UFC weigh-ins. So when I do the weigh-ins, I announce the weigh-ins. I say, "Welcome to the weigh-ins, everybody." I'm waving to the crowd. That's what they did. So they would use this photo of me to try to make it look like I was some sort of a Nazi.
Yeah, but do you think Elon Musk Zeke Heil? Do you think he's Zeke Heil? Thank you, Fokrals. Thank you very much.
Whatever. Because I'm waving to the crowd, and they take a freeze frame of it. I'm like, "Welcome to the weigh-ins, everybody." I put my hands out to the crowd. I'm saying,
I am inventing things. No, literally. Who has ever said that they think that Joe Rogan is a Nazi or that he like actively Zeke Heils? Nobody. Somebody go and Google Joe Rogan Nazi. No, now there's going to be a lot of results because he's talking about Elon Musk. Nobody believes this, but
hey, I'm a fucking podcast guy that's making parallels that don't exist.
saying hi to everybody. I'll show you this, Jamie. You probably could find it if you look.
To be honest, I don't get why Joe Rogan is so big. He's just a dumb guy that repeats himself all the time. What's the appeal? That's the appeal. That's the appeal. That's not to me, but to the people watching. Yeah.
For it, but I'm going to show you what it looked like in the old days when
I'm looking at. I was trying to find a different explanation, but I have a picture of it. That's why I was just digging for better versions.
Well, yeah, that's it. That's how they did the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know
How
that.
crazy is that?
That's crazy.
That's in 1942.
Yep.
So this is, and then we realize, oh, we can't do that anymore. That's how the Nazis do it.
It's right around that time.
Pledge of
Thank you, Trainwreck. You joined your child's army once again. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back. It is good to have you back. Guys, like, this is very unserious. This is very unserious. Nobody would be calling Elon Musk a Nazi that Zeke Heiled, even if he did the same notion, even if he did it absolutely the same. Okay? If it wasn't a guy that for the last 3 years has constantly been telling us that he is a Nazi. Okay? It's not about the physical little movements that he did on stage. It's the physical movement he did on stage coming after he very openly, sometimes, and very dog whistly, exceptionally very often, told us that he believes in great replacement, that he hates the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa, etc., etc., etc. That is why we all believe, that is why I believe it was an actual Zeke Heil, that he probably does in private all the time. He was just ketted out of his fucking mind, okay, on that particular inauguration ceremony. And he did the edgy thing that he does when he's alone. As a professional substance abuser, look, this is 55% alcohol that I'm consuming with you guys here, okay? This is what substances do to you, okay? And that's it. That's the whole... It's...
of allegiance would be your right hand up in the air.
Interesting.
How crazy is that?
Well, we were just getting into World War II, so we didn't have the views of Hitler embodied in us.
Pretty bizarre, though.
It is.
You know?
Yeah, pretty bizarre how you also like entered the war so fucking late. So fucking late. You dare say that you won World War II? It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Now you're not allowed to do that anymore.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Well, it's like they're so funny because of this. There's all these photos of AOC with her arm out like this, and Michelle Obama. It's like everybody's a Nazi. It's so dumb.
You can go look at anybody and find that somewhere.
Yeah, if you move your arms at all, you try to catch a ball. You know, anything you're doing where your arms up in the air, now you're a Nazi. Like, oh my God. How about that?
What I just said previously, repeated in your head. I really cannot be bothered to repeat it one more time. It's not the physical motion of what he did. As you just said, there's plenty of people that by accident do this all the time. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Nobody thinks you're a Nazi because you're hailing a fucking cab. Even if you're scratching your heart and then you do this, they don't think you're a Nazi. But if you spend the last couple of years flirting with the far right, openly commenting that you believe in Nazi ideas, and then you do it, it's a little bit different. I don't know if... Tell me if I'm wrong, chat. If Taylor Swift goes out on a concert and does this to say hi to her friends, and if Alex Jones does the same thing, is it okay for us? I can't believe I'm defending Taylor Swift. I'm going to burn in hell forever. But allegory-wise, two people that everybody knows. Is it okay for us to presume that Alex Jones is Zig Heiling and that Taylor Swift isn't? Is it okay for me to presume this? Yes, it is. Because, I don't know, Joe, there's a little thing called context. Like, I know you don't really operate with that thing, like, a lot. Like, it's usually for people that have evolved past the ability to pasteurize milk before they consume it. But still, it's an interesting thing. You should explore it. You should talk to your ayahuasca shaman about thinking of the concept of context while you're doing your morning ice-cold bath rituals, bruv. Fucking shit, dude.
Everybody's a Nazi nowadays, huh?
And what was the link? Bento-ish. Yeah, literally, yeah. I mean, I know you probably watched this on like 10 streams by now. But
Nazi.
Wie bitte? Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Na, Sie sind doch einer.
Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was?
Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein?
Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In Ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
This is so much harder when you understand German.
Führerbeleidigung.
Dass ich Deutsch verstehe, ja.
Mitkommen.
Ich verstehe alles, ja.
Das sind jetzt über...
Ja.
And the acting is very good, too.
Ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
And the only answer to that is, what was that new show? A very decent show. In which they speak Bulgarian, by the way. It was very interesting. That new show, where they have the anti-Nazi robot. I watched the whole season. It was actually very good. It was very good. GI robot. The following footage that is going to be played in no way encourages viewers to behave the way GI robot behaves. Violence is bad, especially violence against exceptionally violent people. The more violent the person ahead in front of you is, the more he calls for the eternal genocide and destruction of your people, the less violence you should do on him. Remember, the more swastikas somebody flies over themselves and the less Zeke Heils he does, the less you should be tolerant of them. But the more right-wing he is, the more you should love them.
Glad to have a metal fist in the fight for what's...
Hugo, wieso weißt du Deutsch? Because I learned it. I watched a lot of German TV. It became very bad. My German is very bad now. I used to be C1 level. Now I'm max B1 level. It's pathetic. English replaced it in my brain. But yeah, I learned German when I was 7 or 8 because literally watched German TV. Super RTL. Watched Super RTL a lot. Very good cartoons. Better than Cartoon Network back in the day.
Right. Yes, sir. Welcome all to this.
Me walking in, literally, like, because it happened to me a few times. Unfortunately, these through Europe, these sorts of like punk scenes still exist. At least like punk skinhead scenes. And you boy, guys being like, dude, man, this fucking band, it's fucking sick as fuck. But where are they playing? It's a bit of a sketchy place. I'm like, what type of sketchy? It's like, what type of sketchy? Yeah, boots. Lots of fucking red, fucking, if you know what I mean, red laces. And I'm like, yeah, I don't go. Well, because it always doesn't turn out well. There's a reason my nose is broken 3 times, okay?
Meeting of the Hub City National Socialist Club. Oh boy. Nazis.
What'd you say there, G.I.?
Operated boy, sitting on the shelf. He is just a toy, but I turn him on.
Are these Nazis, General?
Yeah, G.I. These are Nazis.
A coin-operated boy, made of.
Get ready to die, Nazis.
G.I.
No! And long-lasting. Who could ever ask for more? Love without complications galore. Many shapes and weights to choose from. I will never leave my bedroom. I will never cry at night again. Wrap my arms around him.
What are you sipping on there? The endless shot glasses? No, dude, I keep pouring from the bottle, bro. Look at how much we fucking annihilated it. I'm drinking rakia, homemade rakia.
Cannot hold a candle to my new boy, and I'll never let him go. And I'll never be alone. And I'll never let him go. And I'll never be alone. Not with my coin-operated boy. This bridge was written to make you feel dinner with my sad picture.
This is what I do to ad watchers.
Of girl getting bitter. Can you extract me from my plastic fantasy? I didn't think so, but I'm still convincible.
It's my pleasure to present the incredible automated man.
It's very good. I mean, it's not very good. It's good. The show is okay. The show is like, it's a nice 7 out of 10. It's absolutely nice.
That Hindu guy that kept his arm up in the air for like 60 years. You know that one?
Not familiar.
You never seen that? We talked about him the other day. Who brought him up?
I did.
Jamie brought him up. So there's this guy who has not put his arm down in like some insane amount. His arm is like shriveled. It's useless.
Why?
It's a devotion to Lord Shiva. So he has his to show his devotion. He decided.
Yeah, and he holds it up literally like this, and it's an incredible. No matter what somebody thinks about him and this particular thing or about religiosity, but the dedication to a particular belief and you quite literally turning your life into a symbol of how much you identify with this particular deity. It's absolutely beautiful, and at least in my opinion. Having purpose is the most beautiful thing a human can find, no matter if you even like it or not. But this being used as an allegory for the world's richest man, Zeke Heiling, is very fucked up.
I'm going to keep my arm up forever. And now his arm's frozen in place. And now he's like a really old man. That's what he looks like.
Okay.
How crazy is that?
That's crazy.
He has a useless right arm now. Look at his fingers are all twisted up and fucked up. His nails are all fucked up. His right arm is essentially completely useless. It just stays like that. It doesn't move anymore.
Yeah, same like your brain, bro.
Power of stories.
Nuts. Yeah, 1970.
Power of stories. Who's the fucking guest, bro? Who's the fucking guest? Who's the guest? Dude, why do they cuck their guests like this? If I ever did this on the deprogram, that would be okay. Warren Smith. Not even a link. Just the name, bro. Just the name in the description, bro. What the fuck? How can you cuck your guests like this, dude? How can you cuck your guests like this? Podcast, Secret Scholar Society. Elite professor challenges Jordan Peterson on stage, and it backfires spectacular. It's a react, bro. When a student asks about J.K. Rowling, this happens. And then he talks to himself. He talks to himself, doesn't he?
I want to know, like, what are your thoughts on it? And, like,
no, there's no way this is an actual student. He pre-recorded a conversation with a scripted guy. He pre-recorded a conversation with a scripted guy that is about to probably attack J.K. Rowling on being a turf. I love going down rabbit hole.
So these guys want to talk about...
Who watches this shit? I know, right? I know, Sneaky Tricky Dicky. I know, Sneaky Tricky Dicky. Apparently a million fucking people, bruv.
J.K. Rowling? Is that... So what's going on with that? What do you want to know?
she's had a pretty controversial past. I just want to know, like, what are your thoughts on it? And, like, do you still like her work despite her bigoted opinions?
Yeah, this is fake. This is fake. There's nobody. There's no fucking classroom. What fucking classroom, you fucking skinny ass bitch? What fucking classroom? Sorry for digressing, but did you cover the Chinese new open source AI model? No, not yet. 42,000 likes. Yeah, almost all this likes. Because this is... Fucking boomer heads, bro. Fucking boomer heads, bro.
73 decided to raise his right arm 90 degrees to the air. His fingers have withered to the palm of his hand. His knuckles are white with rot, and his nails have grown long and twisted.
Still waiting to hear why they think that he didn't Nazi.
Well, he's a Nazi.
Oh, I didn't make that connection.
Holy shit, you're a piece of shit, bro. You're a fucking monkey cunt. You're an absolute baboon-ass, gorilla-ass, fucking no-hair-having, dick-looking monkey cunt. Oh. This man is shooting a minority. But look at this picture of a man shooting someone by accident. Killing. What is it? Maybe he also shot him by accident. That is this logic. I mean, what logic? Why am I using the word logic, bro? Why am I using the word logic? Thank you, El Turco, you fucking G, 1917. Oh, we got Turks in chat, bro. Thank you very much for the 4 months. That's the logic.
And I was like, why are you...
That guy's doing a Nazi salute forever.
I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that.
That's how dedicated he is to being a Nazi.
Just connected.
He won't even put the hand down. He's all in forever until he dies. They're gonna have to get him in a super long coffin.
How's Elon handling this whole? He probably like, what the?
Yeah, he was definitely what the fuck, and he was.
Yeah, I want to suck his fucking dick, man. Holy shit, that thing's probably so fucking deformed. Oh, when it slides down my face, it's gonna be so sick as fuck, bro. Oh my god. Oh lord. And then he's gonna post it on his alt account. Oh my god. It's gonna be so good, bro. That is what this sounds like.
Happy that the ADL of all people defended him.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, well, it's obvious. Like anybody.
The idea, even not just the idea! We need to invent an ism that is going to be reactionary. I must admit, it shall be reactionary. But there needs to be a term. Us as, commies, socialists, anarchists, we really think, that the society finds themselves in so-called material conditions, they turn you into who you are, at least 50 to 60%. I have a video on this I actually researched. Most geneticists and social scientists agree that it's kind of 50-50. Your genetics and the way you were raised. So 50% material conditions, family, environment, country, community, culture, money, resources, etc., etc. The other 50% genes that obviously react. They bounce off of material conditions and they turn you into who you are. But there you go. I have a reactionary strain in me that I admit to, that is 100% based on emotions and feelings and nothing else. And that is that certain people, doesn't matter what material conditions they find themselves in, I guess that's the 50% genetic that we're talking about, are fucking idiots that can have a conversation with a rock, and the rock will make more sense than them. And these people belong in that category of the lost link in the evolutionary period between le to le human, and they are represented by this gentleman. That's it.
But all these people on Twitter are
hogism. Is that what we're calling it, Shot? Hogism. Like, make no excuses for your hog. Does not matter what material conditions he might have arisen out of. The hog has rid himself of his humanity and therefore should not be treated as such. Hogism.
Are just
horseshoe theory, but for evolution. Yeah, for hogs, bro. From monkey you can become human, but you can also become hog. And I'm saying is that we haven't figured out that it's not just Homo sapiens. Okay, Marx, as a Homo sapien, had an analysis they can apply to fellow Homo sapiens. I'm being super fucking serious. Woke eugenics, yes. Eugenics but communist, yes. Da. Okay? Even though no, because eugenics thinks that there's different types of Homo sapiens or whatever the fuck. I'm saying these guys aren't even Homo sapiens. They are not the same breed, not the same species. So the analysis of genetics, material conditions, etc., influencing who you become one day, does not apply to them because we have not researched them to this day. Okay? The hog is not a human. The hog is not a human. Now you wilden. No, I'm not. The hog is not a human.
Chiming in, saying it's clearly a Nazi.
Jakub was the chief hog, the progenitor of the Chug hog. Yes, that is the forgotten history of Jacobian lore, my friends. The hogs hid the later parts of the history. They only let us learn about how Jakub created the white man who used trichology to fuck everybody over. But that's like, learning about Warhammer and learning about the Empire, the random soldiers, etc. But the Space Marines, in this case, Jakub's Space Marines, which are the hogs, they hid that aspect of the history from the rest of us. So we do not know about a super white man, like a crazy a really, really, really white man. And that is the hog. And that is not a Homo sapien, okay? It should not be compared to fellow Homo sapiens. Jacobian hogification makes true Untermensch. It does. The emperor is Jakub. That's a different conversation.
Nazi salute. He's doing a Nazi salute. Yeah.
No.
No.
So dumb.
It's so dumb.
It's not clearly.
Yeah, it's the whole thing's crazy. But that's a sign of the times, and
it's like our opinion, dude, and it's a sign of the times that
it obviously is, and you think it's not.
They couldn't help it. They saw a thing, and they're like, "This is we're going to run with it." He's clearly showing he's a Nazi. You know, that Trump's in office, and he's a Nazi, and this is fascism is real, folks. Here it is. My heart goes out to you. It's just weird.
The other guy can't add anything to the conversation because there's no adding to this conversation because these are just feelings. These are just feelings and opinions based in nothing. It's not the thing because I said so. Well, the other side is saying yes, it is a thing because he has flirted with the far right so often and shared opinions that any average fucking SS member would agree with. And then he did this while high. And we all know that when we're fucking kitted out of our fucking brain, when we're zoinked, when we're traversing the plains of the unknown, we are much more open about, sharing who we are with people around us. His ego was riding fucking high at that point. He was like, dude, I literally bought a president right now. What if I got fucking high during the inauguration? And then while he was high, he was like thinking of all the groypers that are going to fucking love him over on X. He loves to be appreciated by the fellow basement-dwelling nerd because he never really evolved out of that stage of his life. The gamer boy basement dweller. And he was like, they're going to love this so fucking much. This is going to be put in fucking history books. It's going to be sick as fuck, dude. And then he did it.
Weird. It's illogical and weird, but it's a sign of this thing that is a real problem in today where people will...
It's a sign of this real thing that is a problem in today. Indeed.
Pretend something is something...
I fuck with you, bro. I fuck with you, bro. Bro, do you fuck with me? Would you fuck with me if I Zeke Heil? It's definitely not going to be a Zeke Heil because I don't know. I said so.
Other than what it is, if it suits their narrative.
Right.
And that's what this is.
Oh, I'm very sorry, fat Mexican child. Just got laid off. That sucks. I'm sorry.
Yes. Power story.
Yeah, the power of story. That really, truly is a great example of the power of story. Because the story that everyone's afraid of is that this right-wing dictator has gotten into power and he's brought with him this billionaire oligarch who happens to be one of the richest men, if not the richest person on the planet Earth. And this guy is secretly a Nazi.
Yeah,
and he's been hiding it all these days until Trump got in office.
It'd make a great movie. Let's
go.
Yeah. It would make a great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy. He got elected into power, but there was a bigger guy above him. And everybody was like, oh, he's just saying he's going to do radical things, but he's not going to do radical things. There's no way he can overtake the government. Then all of a sudden, a very important building called the Reichstag in the capital city burned down. And somehow, because that guy who was not going to do anything very radical, he was just going to help out the Kaiser in the management of the state, said, holy shit, the communists are coming and they're burning down everything. I will actually follow through on the stuff that I dog whistled about for the last 10 years, the same way that Elon is. And then he becomes chancellor and he basically kicks out the Kaiser and becomes the Führer and overtakes the whole government and says, okay, it's time to shoot some communists. And then we move on to the Jews and then the Slavs and the gays and the Roma, etc., etc. My guy literally laughed with
machismo, bro, like fucking proper fucking machismo, brother,
about how this sounds like an insane conspiracy theory, yet a very similar parallel to that is how we got Nazi Germany. He would probably make fun of people. If Joe Rogan existed back then, he would make fun of people who say that the Reichstag was a false flag. He would make fun of people that say, what the fuck? No, commie, burn this down. There's no like, the communists are not right about like go and start raping and pillaging. What the fuck are you talking about? He would be like, no, man, the communists, they're right about the rape and pillage. Yeah, Zeke Heil, brother. Yeah. But thought they were socialists. It's even in their party name. That means they loved communists. Absolutely. And the only thing that loves communists more than socialists is liberals. And by liberals, I mean ads. If you do not want to watch the ad that is about to play, do consider becoming a sub, supporting the show, and having an adless experience. And if you have extra money to spare, do gift to those less privileged than you. And for every 10 gift subs, yours truly will gift another 5. Because I might love money, but I hate ads more. Let's be the first channel. We already are the first channel that actually has a system like this. But let's actually be a channel with 0 ads for all chatters. Do it, Hugo, please. Do what, my friend? What is this? Oh, I fuck with vegans. No, I like vegans, man. I like vegans. But yeah, this was a video that we just watched. I'm genuinely shocked. Let's check this out.
He's owed everything in this country. If you have a heart, you must be here Wednesday.
I swear that I'm in shock. Told you he was a dickhead. You're the one who's been justifying him all this time. I know, but it's one thing saying he's a dickhead and another him becoming a spokesperson for the Nazis. So then, since the start of this story, I know you've all really been...
Cheers, chat, to not being a spokesperson to the Nazis. Let's fucking go.
Thinking. So why is he saying the word Nazis? Does he still think it's 1945? He's like that granddad who thinks there's a bomb siren going off every time the microwave pings? No, I'll explain it to you methodically. In this country, if you used to say fascist, it was horrible. Now nobody seems to give a shit anymore. They just say,
Well, he's a fascist, but he's alright.
It's a bit like saying,
Well, he's a celiac, bit of a pain in the bum when you have your tea out, but it's not a big deal.
Nazism, however, is the last bastion still struggling to find space in the market of democracy. Maybe due to the fact that Jewish people are still kind of upset at what they went through during the Holocaust. So basically, if you think that the Axis powers should have won the Second World War, then for me...
Thank you, Matty, for the 100 bits. How are you not drunk, mate? Dude, it is a skill. No, it's good. I'm good. Did you see the British hogs going crazy at the vegans in Sainsbury's? Please watch it. It's so fun. Send me a link. Yeah, send me a link. Like, vegans are a very easy target, even for the right, like, to unite against. If you want to, like, build a bigger picture, like, oh my God, the vegans are coming for your meat, which is kind of what they're doing. They're little guess from your boy Hugo in the next 10 years when manufactured meat becomes a bigger and bigger thing, you know, meat created without the necessity to kill an animal becomes a bigger thing. They're going to utilize that to, you know, unify you against the liberal agenda that doesn't want you to eat meat and get protein. You know, they don't want you to be swole, bro.
You're a Nazi, end of. I don't give a shit about knowing in which years it was legitimate to beat people up and make them drink castor oil, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's not a bad sketch. It's okay. It's okay. It's an Italian show? An Italiano show? Perché Italiano? What the fuck? My girlfriend should not be using my fucking thing. Soon Yugopnik, that's strange. Keep sending me shit. Let's go.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Have you got respect? I asked her to excuse me.
We're not leaving.
I asked her to excuse me.
And she said no, so now
Let go of the trolley, please.
Sir, she said no, so you go around
I don't care. She doesn't control my passage anywhere, okay? She doesn't belong to me. She doesn't own me. Excuse me, I've asked you several times.
What you're doing at the moment, you're
I've asked you
assaulting.
several times.
You're assaulting someone, sir. You're
I've
assaulting
asked you
someone.
several.
This is, I think, an AI redo. Thank you, Maddie, for the 100 bits of old partisan song, but it's about cocaine. I'll leave you with it for 1 minute. I gotta go piss, and I'll be right back.
Nema fentanila, spida, kofeina, samo čista koka sa svima što se deli. Oh, kad bi bila planina od kokaina, na njoj bi živeli svi srećni i veseli. Zeka meda, vuk i mala Marina, šuma, trava bela i nosevi beli. Pevali su noću i plesali danju, sveće belo brali i budni sanjali. Čuvali su sreću ko tajnu na dlanu i beli kamen celog svetu dali. Čuvali su sreću ko tajnu na dlanu i beli kamen celog svetu dali. Oh, kad bi bila planina od kokaina, nosevima bosim na nju bi se peli. Nema fentanila, spina, kofeina, samo čista koka sa svima što se deli. Oh, kad bi
Bila planina od kokaina.
planina od
I don't do coke, by the way. You shouldn't either. It's fucking stupid.
kokaina, na njoj bi živeli svi srećni i veseli. Zeka meda, vuk i mala Marina, šuma, trava bela.
Speaking of which, Coke costs $100 a gram in most countries. A subscription costs $5 or $6 in most countries. You probably are more addicted to advertising than you are to the good old process of yachting. So, for only 5% of the price of yachting, you can get rid of your main addiction, which is watching ads like the ad that is going to play in the next 2 minutes. So do consider becoming a subscriber or saving somebody else from that same addiction. And for every 10 addicts you save through 10 gifties, I will gift another 5. Keep this channel afloat and save people from addiction. Welcome to the first AC meeting of YugopnikTwitch. Ad anonymous. AA meeting. Ad anonymous, bro. Thank you, Tall Cheesehead, bro. Thank you very much.
Subscriber.
There you go. Be like Tall Cheesehead.
The Joe.
Okay, let's watch my guy. My favorite man who never managed to make his wife wet. The greatest hot sister ever this side of the equator. Ben Shapiro running defense for Elon Muskuru.
Great. I gotta say.
Thank you, Barry Balls, for the gifty.
I think we are 4 gift subs away from me donating another 5. So yes, chat, you heard that right. 5 equals 9. 5 equals 9.
I'm a pretty...
By the way, is that annoying for me to constantly be repeating the 5 equals 9? Like, people have the idea. It's up there. I don't want to fucking repeat this shit.
High radar for
His sister, I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan.
Nazism. I like a bit of a stake in this particular game.
Yes, you do, because you support it. First time that Ben Shabibi was ever honest. Oh, that's disgusting. You're calling a Jewish man a Nazi. Oh my God. You are calling a Jewish man a... Yes, I am. Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes, I am. Oh.
Like, I feel like I can spot some Nazis when I see them. My Nazi radar does not go off around.
Yeah, and the fucking myrrh in the morning, bro.
Elon Musk. You know why my Nazi radar doesn't go off around Elon Musk? Because he's not...
Because he loves the Zionist project, and I identify being Jewish with the Zionist project, which is anti-Semitic as fuck.
Damned Nazi. In fact, Elon and I, 1 year ago, this week...
We like Zig Heil at each other and fucked each other's wives, bro. Thank you, Zons, for the 3 months. Thank you, Zons. Hype train incoming. If the hype train begins, that means Chinese TikTok. That means communist propaganda. That means fucking cats doing 360-degree spins as they scream. Mao Zedong was right about everything. Do you want it? Do you not want it? The choice is yours.
We're in Auschwitz together.
Oh my God, I went to Auschwitz. Oh, that means... Yes, famously, people that don't fuck with a particular incident of mass murder don't go to that particular place. There's definitely no people that go to a place that is created as a memorial celebrating the victims, not the perpetrators, where people that support the perpetrators don't also go just to LARP. Which doesn't apply to this scenario even at all, because he went there because he needed that good old Zion money, bro. Remember, he went right after October 7th. He needed to LARP.
In Auschwitz together.
He needed to LARP right after the Hamas attacks. And obviously he wore his child on his head for the first time then as a protection mechanism.
Didn't event.
Every single German and Austrian kid goes to Auschwitz or another concentration camp turned memorial, and famously there are no Nazis in Germany and Austria. Exactly. Right? Thank you, Anne. He had to go to Auschwitz as an apology to the ADL for agreeing with Nazi about Jewish great replacement. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Thank you, Barry. Exactly. That's where he needed to go. When he agreed about great replacement theory.
Where he spoke about anti-Semitism and how evil.
But why did he go there, as Barry said? Because he literally believes it's great replacement. My boy. Hey, listen.
It is. And the evils of Hitlerianism. What is wrong with you people? And the answer, of course, is they know.
Of course, we hate Hitlerianism. We, as modern fascists, we hate Hitlerianism. He was an idiot for believing the Jews were a part of the Oriental degenerate hordes. No, Jews are one of us. But the other Oriental hordes must go. Okay? We, as right-wingers who are anti-Hitlerianites, this is literally right-wing anti-Hitlerianist logic. They're like, Hitler, in his methodology, made no mistakes. Okay? The only place he made mistakes in is which groups to target. We believe that the Arab people could, for example, be a very decent target. The Asiatic Chinese hordes, depending on the perspective, we're still discussing it, maybe some Slavs. But, Jews are our guys, man. They're our people, bro. That type of shit.
Know better. Of course.
Trumpism type of shit, yeah.
They know better. Of course they know better. No one honestly believes that Elon Musk was giving a Nazi salute, but they have to characterize their opponents as Nazis. It's the only way.
Show me clips of him calling Hamas Nazis. Let's go.
This, by the way, has been the tactic of the entire post-World War II left. Anybody who is not a communist is a Nazi. That is the way this entire political game is run.
Because
a communist is a Nazi.
Because in Germany, the place where Nazis became a thing, everybody who was not a communist pretty much did what? Ben, what did everybody who was not a communist in pre-Nazi Germany do? Who did they support, Ben? I wonder who they supported. Yeah, exactly. Didn't support. Just kind of went along. Yes.
That is the way this entire political game is run. And here is Jon Stewart doing this routine. What's amazing is hearing people like Jon Stewart supposedly speaking truth to power, by which we mean just parroting whatever the left-wing talking point of the day is.
Okay.
By the way, I thought that the segment was exceptionally weak by Jon Stewart. He says absolutely nothing. He just goes like, oh, that's weird.
Charitably, I'm going to say that was just an awkward, my heart goes out to you gesture.
You joke, but that's a pretty average opinion here. Well, because people are average and they're very often grandchildren of those average people. I'm not saying that genetics was passed down, but opinions were passed down. On, why your grandpa was like, maybe, not in the Wehrmacht, but like he didn't do much against them.
Here. Many of you might have done it like this. Even Taylor Swift has done that, my heart, but she almost never does that.
Let's can't wait for Ben Shapiro to call this ableist, chat. This is ableist. The man has a certain... He says something fell.
Goes out to you. Like, just always stays with, but, listen, it's nerve-wracking day. You're not normally a public speaker. It's a one-off gesture. Please try not to use it again. To make sure the people in the back see it, I guess. I'm just going to be generous.
Representative Robert Garcia,
what's the point?
Absolutely ridiculous. These people are absolutely ridiculous.
Feelings. He has feelings. No, that's his argument. These people are absolutely ridiculous. That's the argument. That's the argument.
Representative Robert Garcia did the same thing. This became the talk.
Yeah, there you go. He's like, look at these clips of these people making no sense. And by making no sense is they used their eyes and they looked at a guy with a history of Nazi beliefs as he was high on stage, feeling very powerful, doing what he obviously did twice. But they are insane. I also have a very hot sister.
Talking point of the day on the left. This is what you're relegated to. You lost an election. You can't separate off from your own terrible radical ideas. And so you're relegated to calling Elon Musk, one of the most philo-Semitic people on earth, a Nazi. Here is Representative Robert Garcia doing this insane routine.
That was a Nazi salute, and he didn't just do it one time. He did it twice for emphasis. And you talk to anyone, that's historians, folks who actually study the Nazis and study this actual kind of disgusting display, have been very clear that what that was. And he should not just apologize, he should be condemned for those kinds of actions. So gross, disgusting, but...
Condemned. That's funny. If you believe that what he did was a Nazi salute, and if you actually believe that it is a metamorphosis, let's use a fancy term, of his actual belief system, then how do I put this? Then condemnation should be a start.
But more of what we can expect, I think, from Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
I don't even know what to say to these people. And it's senators, too. It's Senator Chris Murphy. Senator Chris Murphy brought this up in a hearing with Elise Stefanik, who is going to be the UN ambassador for the United States. Elise Stefanik has been one of the loudest and most vocal opponents of anti-Semitism in the United States Congress. She made a lot of headlines last year when she went after various woke Ivy League deans who were defending anti-Semitism on their campuses. So Chris Murphy decides...
Yeah, they defended fucking Palestinians not getting their fucking heads blown out. And you right now are defending a guy, Zeke Heiling, in front of everybody after having gotten caught 20 times agreeing with both anti-Semitic and the white supremacist fucking talking points, my brother in Christ. Oh, sorry, not in Christ. My bad.
In all of his idiotic glory, to ask her about Elon Musk and his Nazi salute.
What do you think of Elon Musk.
Doesn't this Vichy motherfucker realize his cock-sucking won't help him? No, he doesn't, because his whole career is based on cock-sucking. And not in a nice way, the way we all enjoy, of course. Metaphoric cock-sucking, you know. It's still, the allegories are still, you know, very 1955. That's his whole career. He's like a glugger, just ideologically. That's why his wife doesn't get any, you know? That's why he's like, oh, my wife told me that it's absolutely okay not to get wet. Because, you know, it's very difficult to do the sexy time when you spend your whole day being a allegorical political sex worker, bro.
Musk, perhaps the president's most visible advisor.
I'm gay and Benny Boy is doing tricks on it, blowing bubbles on it. I mean, he looks like, maybe, I don't know.
Doing two...
Yugopnik, don't forget Luigi, please. Never, no.
Heil Hitler salutes last night at the president's televised rally.
No, Elon Musk did not do those salutes. I was not at the rally, but I can tell you I've been at many rallies with Elon Musk, who loves to cheer when President Trump says we need to send, our U.S. space program to Mars. Elon Musk is a visionary. I'm looking forward to his work in DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, and look forward to looking how we can be more efficient and effective. But that is simply not the case. And to say so is the American people are smart. They see through it. They support Elon Musk. We are proud to be the country of such successful entrepreneurs. That is one of our greatest strengths as Americans.
Refer to citation 725, line 33 of Yugopnik lore, specifically the topic of woke eugenics, where I believe the hog is not a member of the Homo sapien species and therefore should not have Marxian materialist analysis adopted to the viewpoint on why they are the way they are, because they are the way they are, because they are just the way they are.
I mean,
that is my opinion.
Obviously,
thank you very much. Refer to the law book.
All of this is true. This became so ridiculous that even the ADL, who got this stuff wrong routinely, even the ADL was like, no, I'm sorry, no. Quote, it seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge because the ADL...
Yeah, the guy paying us money to support the fascist apartheid state that is mass murdering tens, if not hundreds of thousands, did a thing that we must defend him against. Of course we will defend him against it.
ADL's always trying to have the baby. But come on, guys, come on. With the New York starting, I need to make sure I'm maintaining my health, hitting the gym, spending time with my family, even with my busy work schedule. When I was younger, I used to think I could just power through.
You want to see something, chat? This fucking cunt is hemorrhaging money. This little pussy boy. Well, it's Friday. I'm pre-drinking. I'm having fun. I'm going out in a little bit. Let me play something decent in the background. Okay, this shouldn't be bad. Okay, so let's check out how his business is doing, shall we, chat? How his incredible business is doing. You want to check? You want to see something? Internet comment section? No, not this. Not my guy. Comment section. Just comment section. Okay. So, this cunt fired the female version of him, another cunt, obviously, and then he was left with a 2 out of 10 piece of shit, right? And look at what is happening through the channel: 22,000, 30,000, 39,000, 27,000, a 4.02 million subscriber channel. 27, 45, 35, 28, 54, 51. This degenerate dog cannot even do more than 100K. She was doing more than 100K only like a week after Jay-Z. This was the video when she left, basically. So he is hemorrhaging money here. You know, he is hemorrhaging money here, which it is so beautiful to see a right-wing preaching corporation losing money because one of the right-wing preaching pieces of shit realizes that they are having money extracted out of them by simply being a host on their platform when they are the hosts, so they can just platform themselves and take 100% of the fucking money. So they're left. So he's probably, on average, just from the views. Let's calculate. Like unironically, let's do an exercise. How much Ben Shapiro, the hot sister haver and no wife fucker, is losing? Okay, so let's do big math now. This is 1 month ago, so we'll do these while she was still present, up until the moment she left. That is the last month, the last 30 days. 280,000 plus basically 500,000. We have 800,000 plus 700,000. Let's always do the lower number. It's 1.5 million. Then it's 2.2 million. Then it's 3.2 million. Then it's 3.35 million. Then it's 3.35, 3.4, 3.7 million. Then it's, let's go down, let's say 4 million. Then it's 4.3 million. That's, let's say 5.3 million. Then let's say 5.8 million. 6.2 million. 6.6 million. 5.1 million, 5.7 million, 7.7 million, 8 million, let's skip this one, okay, 7.7, and then with 1.4, we are at $9.1 million worth of views. $9 million worth of goddamn views, brother. And with a very average, I think that is a very average, not anything special, 9 million. Or 9 million, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 9 million times 3. Okay, no, let's do a calculator online so you can see it. Calculator, okay. Usually per thousand you get around $3. Per thousand you get around $3. If you have a mostly American audience like he does. So, 9... Wait, this, why doesn't it have dots? 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 1, 2, 3, okay, 9 million divided by 1,000. Okay. Times 3. Okay, 27,000 crisp, easy bucks. Then, on every single one of these videos, he has had an advertiser. With this much views, he gets at least 3,000, but with his channel, because he does even twice, I think it is very, very fair to say $6,000. 27 mil? What do you mean 27 mil? You calculated 27 mil from the ones for the last month? It wasn't 27 mil. We have $27,000. Why are you freaking me out? Okay, we have $27,000. We have $27,000 just on the basis of views, minimum. Now, let's see how many videos we have. How much he's hemorrhaging. How many videos do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 3, 7, 11, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay? We have 18 videos, which means at least 18 times at least 6,000. At least. That is 108,000. 108,000 plus 27,000. Oh, what's up, Raiders? Thank you, Denim. Oh, holy shit, karma does exist. I've raided Denim so many times. I'm very glad I got it back. Denim, I hope you had a great stream. Welcome, chatters. I am a random, weird, masked Slavic man screaming to you about why communism very based and everything else very bad. Indeed. Welcome. Click that follow button if you feel like it. It is an absolute pleasure to have you here. And if there's any chatter that would like to make them feel welcome here, do consider subbing. We are also the only community on Twitch where mutual aid is an unironic thing we do. So for every 10 gifties, I give another 5. And there you go. Jocula came in with a 10. And we have another 5. That means that I got 5 plus 5 from myself. Welcome. Right now, we are making fun of, because, yeah, some people are asking why. Because I love money, but I hate ads more. I want absolutely nobody to ever have to watch ads. Welcome. Thank you, TV. Welcome, TW. Welcome, welcome. Anyways, we were losing our minds off from rightoids running defense for Elon Musk apparently not doing the Zeke Heil, etc., etc. The cliche stuff that you probably covered with denims. But now we're calculating just how much Ben Shabibi is hemorrhaging dough, hemorrhaging the good old big American dollar from really fucking up by kicking out comment section lady, what we used to refer to as cross-dressing Ben Shapiro. Not this one, but the one that actually left the show. Everybody please go and follow Denims if you already don't, which I would very much so doubt. Thank you, Enjorlas. Thank you for the 5 gifties as well. Welcome everybody to the community, and thank you, Jocula, for the giftie. So yeah, this lady left Ben Shabibu's company. So we calculated the amount of views that they used to get before she left. Now she only gets like 20,000 views at this point. So this channel is about to die. This channel is literally about to die. There's no way it can financially survive, right? It's getting 20,000 views. It used to get 1 million plus views. On average, it used to get 500. But we calculated the last month, and if we use the lowest cost per mile, aka how much somebody targeting an American audience on YouTube tends to generate, which is usually around $3.7, $3.8 per 1,000 views. But we calculated with $3. It was $27,000 that Ben Shabibo, the hot sister haver, is losing on average. And then we calculated with, again, a very, very low benchmark, how much he was probably making off of ads every single month. By ads, I mean like sponsors from his videos. And we got to $135,000 that our guy is hemorrhaging every single month. That combined with my guy really running defense also on the CEO when he was getting, let's say, served. What is it, 3-4 months ago, has also led to an insane decline on his channel as well. I mean, look at this shit. Do you remember like old heads in chat? I'm sure we have old heads in chat. Speaking of old heads do not want to watch ads, and they do not want to watch the ad that is going to play in exactly 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So become a subby for $6 a month or free through Prime, or donate to those less privileged than you. And for every 10 gifties, I will donate another 5 because I might hate money, but I hate ads more. But yes, my guy, brother, several Balkan countries are Mediterranean, yet you are here displaying fake stereotypes that no one wears in the Balkans, like the Adidas and Yugopnik style. Also, you stream so much about politics, but you don't know that being Slavic is pure linguistical. What does a Mediterranean country like Bosnia or Croatia have with Slavs in Poland or Czechia? Calling Bosnia or Croatia a Mediterranean country more than a Slavic Balkan country is absolutely fucking insane. The argument that people don't wear tracksuits, I counter-argue with me wearing it. I have at least 7-8 tracksuits in my fucking wardrobe. The fact that you only hang out with fucking hipsters that drink 10 euro coffees doesn't mean that the rest of us from small towns don't exist and that our way of life also doesn't exist. We regularly show you that it exists when we fucking stomp your heads in on fucking curbs, you fucking bitch, okay? Being Slavic, being purely linguistical is absolutely insane. Have you ever compared Polish to Russian and then compared it to Macedonian? You dirty fucking imbecile, okay? That's point number 3. Point number 4, please ban this dumb fucking cunt from my chat because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Thank you. Well, also everybody else is very welcome here. Thank you. Okay. Govno, jedno ti si serem u majku da ti si serem. Ti jebem oca ispred tebe, pička ti materina. Thank you very much. That human condition. Oh, I'm a little hipster boy. You are encouraging stereotypes. Well, the fact that I exist might mean that for some of us, the stereotype is true. Anyways, we got Hype Train level 6, 50 seconds left. I forget that I always promised you that when we have a Hype Train running, we actually do a good old little Chinese TikTok. So, Chinese TikTok, red note. Let's fucking go. Where is it? Oh, Jesus Christ, I don't have it on the page. Thank you, Fellini Fiend. Thank you very much.
Hey, ladies, how you doing?
Holy fuck, remind me to piss you off more. That was epic. No, that was actually pissing me off because I know exactly what type of person he is. I know exactly what type of person he is. I know what their sweat smells like because it evaporates so intensely after you have your knee right in between their fucking cheek cavities. Okay? When they're like oof 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 Old Yugo, man, I miss old Yugo sometimes.
Wait a minute. All day yet time, Muksam. Tomasat yo, man. Hey, where you going? Let's get some sushi. Hey, kid. Whoa, whoa.
I've got the reach and the teeth of a killer machine with a need to bleed you when the light goes green.
I'll give you, even though the hype train is over, but I'll give you a little bit of red note because you deserved it. Thank you for the level 6. Thank you very kindly. Slavs are the largest ethnic group in Europe, but no, we're a linguistical group. Don't you know we're a linguistical group? Yeah. Which, ironically, is very often a white supremacist talking point because they're like, back when we were Nazis, we were confused. We thought you were not one of us because you spoke different. You did not speak Germanic or Franconian or Romanic or whatever languages. But now we know it's just like languages. You're actually one of us, bro. That's literally the fucking premise. I'm not saying that it was for that fucking monkey, but it usually is. As a Roma, this is weird, a weird thin line. Which my friend? As a Roma, I would really like to hear.
How much fear when you come to me? 'Cause I'm weird, I'm a one of a kind, and I'll bring death.
What the fuck?
Gaza Arabs will not stay in the Gaza Strip. Who will stay? Jews. Africa is big. Canada is big. The world will absorb the people of Gaza.
FML, when my whole argument for my state existing is that there is no other place when I can exist, and FML, SMH, LMAO 666, when my main argument for doing genocide and colonialism is the main argument that it can be used against me to stop doing genocide and colonialism. Hey!
How we do it? We encourage it.
Palestinians in Gaza who wish to remain in Gaza.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you leave, bro?
You saying they should be forced to go?
Palestinians in Gaza, the good ones, will be enabled. I'm not saying forced, I say enabled because they want to go.
If they don't want to go.
Yeah, like I love how I enable my wife. Like I encourage my wife to make out with the wall. I encourage my wife to do multiple saltos, 360 style down the staircase. I really encourage my wife to slam her head repeatedly against fists, definitely not my fist. That is the language of a fucking colonialist occupier.
Arabs want to go.
If they don't want to go.
They want to go.
If they don't, what happens?
The normal people don't want to live in hell.
What you're talking about sounds like a plan for ethnic cleansing.
You can call it ethnic cleansing.
Really glad to speak you up for Palestine. Overwhelming sentiment here is Israel is just like the U.S. and has totally never done anything bad ever, bro. Source, trust me. Oh no, of course, my friend. I have. If there is one particular topic that I've talked about the most in the past year and a half, it is this one. You're welcome to the community. I hope you enjoy it.
You call it the refugees, whatever you want. If you want to call it cleansing. If you want to call it apartheid, you choose your definition. I choose the way to protect the state of Israel. Gaza.
Okay, let me do a little thing. Let me do a little
world will because they want to put ethnic cleansing, refugees, whatever you.
Okay, let me do a little thing.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Now I want you to close your eyes. Okay, you don't get to see this. You don't get to see this. Okay, 1 second. Okay, just give me a second. Trust me, it will be worth it. Now imagine that Adolf Hitler did a little bit of HRT, like a little bit of estrogen, like a little bit like voice. He changed his voicey voice, just a tiny little bit, okay? Just a tiny little bit. Okay, now let's do this. Let's do this, okay? And then I want you to listen back to what we just watched one more time.
It sounds like a plan for ethnic cleansing.
You can call it ethnic cleansing, you call it the refugees, whatever you want. If you want to call it cleansing, if you want to call it apartheid, you choose your definition. I choose the way to protect the state of Israel.
Germany.
Gaza, Arabs.
I mean, sorry that I'm laughing because it's really fucked up. It's not, one should not laugh, but come on. Did it work or did it not work? The allegory. Come on. Did they even kind of look the same, mustache and all? Oh, son of a bitch. Let's continue, chat. Also, I'm really glad to see all the new members of the community. You're very welcome. I kind of usually stream.
Stay in the Gaza.
You guys are probably like denim loyalists, which is obviously super sick because denims is very cool. But I usually stream like in a very specific time when if you feel like watching, denims is not streaming at that time. Hassan is not streaming at that time. Some other, more popular streamers than me or whatever are not. So like I can be your
little in-between Slav boy.
But then again, we don't exist, and also I'm like a stereotype because I drink and I wear a tracksuit. Don't you guys know I'm self-orientalizing? I'm really self-hating according to that chatter. Jokula, mi mrzimo sebe, jel ta? Zato što... Trebali smo da ih bijemo više u srednjoj školi, majke mi, brat.
Jews. Africa is big. Canada is big.
Every girlfriend ever. Okay, I have no idea what's happening. I'm too confused. Hugo, you're our comrade side piece. No, I'm the main bitch, bruv. Bruv, what the fuck you talking about, dude? Find your main, fucking find another one. Except, baby, I'm okay with being the side bitch from time to time, you know? The only way to become, the main is, to grind your way up from side, A bit of misogyny for the day. I apologize. It's literally apply it to Twitch chat logic, not to actual IRL relationships. Thank you very much.
Liska, wake him up.
JT is main. Let's be honest here. Those two men are my brothers. But if JT is your main bitch, you're simple. If Hakeem is your main bitch, you're trying too hard. I present Yugopnik. Okay? Man, my boys are actually waiting for me outside, the linguistical category people, as our chatter like to say. So I'm actually going to leave you, because otherwise I'm going to get fucked up. I believe this is the last chance. What the fuck happened to my... Okay, I believe this is the last chance. I think we are six gift subs away from another 5. So if you want to turn 6 into 11 and save a bunch of people from ads, do consider doing so now. Thank you everyone who has joined me today. Especially thank you to everybody who became a subscriber and who followed. If you're still here and you haven't pressed the button, it literally costs nothing. Over in my little part of the world, it is now 10:33. And it is a Friday, so I don't actually LARP that I touch grass. I touch grass and smell many, many trees. So I'm going to proceed to go outside and do that. Thank you, Jokula, pička ti materina. Hvala ti puno, brate, for the sub. Yeah, I hope you touch a little bit of grass, as if your material conditions, to sound like a nerd, allow you to in the coming week. But if you don't, stay safe, stay healthy. Really nice stream, and I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to be in a fucked up mood because I'm going to be hangover as fuck. Tomorrow, I'm going to be so hangover. Tomorrow, I'm going to be such a piece of shit. So if you really like fighting your Twitch streamer, if you really want to get in trouble and test the boundaries, I do encourage you to join up tomorrow, because that's exactly what's going to be happening. Thank you, Sick Boy. Hey, sad that I couldn't catch the stream earlier. I was at work. Yeah, that's the big minus of my streams. It's very late. It's very, very late for me, and it's very, very early for other people. Thank you, Fat Pikachu, you fucking G. Thank you very, very much. Anyways, who do I raid? Once a month I always raid the fucking big old man. Let me raid the big old man. Go be very loud. Pandas, show them what they need to spam. Be very loud over with Hassan. Tell him that the Turks have not won yet. Anyways, wonderful. Thank you very much. There was a very, very nice stream. I will see you tomorrow. Hangover and pissed off. Denim's community, welcome to integrating with ours. It is an absolute pleasure. Thank you for the raid one more time. And yeah, smrt fašizmu. Elon Musk is a piece of shit, deformed Nazi dog. And I hope the lack of melanin eventually takes